to them. We hold on to them for dear life. And here's the thing about them that, not just with regard to the Kirk assassination, but in general, that is, and there have been studies about this. I'm not an expert, but I certainly, just as you can, I can observe. Facts don't matter. You can throw out whatever conspiracy theory you believe you adhere to. And if I or anybody else presents facts to dispel what you just said, you won't believe the facts. Facts mean nothing. And you'll find a way to justify why the facts aren't right. It's the government lying to you. It's the mainstream media lying to you. You can't believe it. This is where our nation is today. And I would just like to say that this is not healthy, not only for the individuals, but it is clearly not healthy for the mental well-being of the Republic and our attempts to face matters of massive concern, including the assassination, a political assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's a major event in our nation's history now, and we cannot analyze it and maybe even figure out what we can do to maybe mitigate the possibility of future such events if we don't accept the facts. And people do not want to accept the facts. I am told, with a degree of authority, as most of you know, I don't spend time on Clubhouse other than to run this room, that the stages have been burning with conspiracy theories the last several days. Many of them pointed, of course, toward the Jews. And when people have attempted to correct them, they've been shot down. Their veracity has been challenged. That's just the way things are today, especially on social media. Why? So with that relatively brief and 60 seconds shorter than yesterday's opening salvo, I open it up to you. Remember, at 6:30, I'm hopping on a train, so we will not extend it very much past our 6 o'clock hour this time. So I will shut up and let Marshall start. Marshall, you're first.
Howdy. I shouldn't be influenced by Marjorie Taylor Greene's comments because she said stuff like that before, but I'm just like, I am appalled that those words came out of her mouth, or something to that effect came out of her mouth. It's one thing from the American public, it's another thing from somebody famous in Congress to say it. To boil down, I think people like conspiracy theories because humans look for patterns. And in times that are bad or catastrophic, people look for a pattern that produced the events. And I think a lot of the time, people who are more susceptible to conspiracy theories see patterns where there are none. I don't know what the clinical term for overseeing patterns in your life is, but there seems to me to be a problem where people look for connections that aren't there to make sense of a bad event. And I'm not sure why it's human nature that we look for that, but it is, to say the very least, disturbing. I think all conspiracy theories are irritating, and I don't like them. I honestly can't stand conspiracy theories. They make me angry, believe it or not, because it doesn't seem like people using their minds. It seems like people just jumping to conclusions that aren't there. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Marshall. Howard.
Hi, Gary. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so when you first put the topic out there, Gary, I was thinking that conspiracy theories stick, and I was just thinking about, wow, it's still so recent, and there's just so much noise out there, and I know his funeral service is going to be like, Sunday, so it's still, the wounds are fresh and unhealed. But then as I started to think more about it, and you mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene, obviously there's conspiracy theory out there that some people do believe, a lot of people don't believe it, but about the space lasers and relating to a certain ethnic group. Before that,
you could say who she pointed the finger at. Jewish lasers that started the forest fires in California.
Right, and maybe, who knows, maybe they guided the assassin on how he targeted. Who the hell knows? Pizzagate's another famous one, right, about what was going on in Washington, D.C., and particularly with Hillary Clinton and child trafficking and things like that. But I think aside of it, too, to partially answer the question, I don't think there's one simple, complete answer that just fits neatly in a box. But definitely a major contribution to the flurry and the nourishing, if you will, of these conspiracy theories is something you brought up the other day, Gary. It is social media, and specifically the algorithms. And why that's so important to a company like Meta. And while I was sitting here, I just looked it up. Meta stock right now is trading at $775 a share. It's 28 times earnings, and its market valuation is just under $2 trillion. And for someone like Meta, and it also is the same for X, also the same for TikTok and other social media companies, Google, YouTube, people like that. But a click equals ad revenue. So the more that they can identify those topics and those things that are very sensational, and you think about like reality TV and how that's become so popular in the TV media market, but when it comes to social media, the more sensational it is, the more click. Every time you as the user, as the consumer, make that click, they're making money. So the more that they can further amplify it to reward their shareholders, that's another major contribution to why these conspiracy theories stick. It's because they're essentially trying to tantalize us, get us so addicted on dopamine and everything that we're just clicking. And every time we're clicking, it's a ka-ching for their cash register. And I'll land Skylab there. Thanks, Gary.
And their algorithms push us toward the extreme viewpoints, not to voices of moderation, such as we hear every day here in Wapiki Forum.
Exactly.
Thank you, Howard. Now our designated hitter in the cleanup position is Mr. Scott.
Hey, man, we play real baseball we used to in my city.
Hey, by the way, the Cubs did clinch the playoffs, first time in 2020. I'll land it there.
Congratulations, Howard. That's fantastic. And I think the Phillies right now have the second best record in baseball, right? I'm not sure. Somebody might know that. They can validate that in the messenger chat, which is the best Facebook Messenger chat available on the entire app, maybe in the entire universe, Gary. I'm easily ready to make that claim on the behalf of the Critical Thinking Forum as its cleanup hitter. I think in general people have epistemic, existential, and social motives for believing in conspiracy theories, right? Epistemically, right, we need to understand conspiracy theories give you structure, albeit inaccurate, often and spotty, but when the world's uncertain, they offer explanations, they make connections. Human beings are addicted to causality. It's what the great philosopher David Hume taught us, right? We have an addiction to cause and effect. We have an addiction to X causes Y, even when it doesn't, right? Even when we can't demonstrate that it does, or our brain just makes connections, right? It loves to do that. And so, I think there's an epistemic need, right? We don't know. That can be very, very disorienting. I interviewed a woman one time for a podcast who was a dissonance researcher, and she said we just hate cognitive dissonance, right? It's very difficult for us to accept. So, I think it's there's the epistemic thing. There's the existential need. need, right? We have a need for safety and control in our lives, right? We need security blankets psychologically, and I think in uncertain times, and gosh, I mean, a lot of people, right? A lot of people feel uncertain in the Trump administration, in the time in our country with all the division, all the sort of sturm and drang and upheaval, at least perceived upheaval. People have a need for safety and control, and so people, it's interesting too. I was making this point in a podcast interview yesterday. One of the things that's interesting about America is that everybody feels like an outsider. Everyone feels like they're losing. If you're on the right, this country's in a socialist takeover, and the universities run everything, and the liberal elites are killing the country. If you're on the left, we're becoming fascist. The right wing's taking over, right? Trump, we're losing democracy. If you're a gun rights advocate, they're taking away the guns. We're losing all our gun rights. If you're a gun control person, the NRA runs the country, right? Everybody's got this need for security and safety, and having a story that makes us feel safe and secure and in control, right? So I think that's another reason they're popular. Also, a need for belonging. There's social motives, right? I think that conspiracy theories often tell us who the in-group is, who the out-group is. It's the Jews, right? The space laser. It's the don't let the Jews take over Turning Point. That's
when in doubt, just say it's the Jews.
Just say the Jews, Gary. I mean, that's it, of course. So all these things, right? The existential, the epistemic, the social cohesion motives are all really powerful, and I think they're all very much at play in our culture right now, right? I mean, I think it's just very ripe for that sort of thing, right? And the other thing is, I think on top of all those basic psychological realities and sociological realities, social media helps a lot, right? You can get siloed pretty easily, and you can find seemingly credible sources that, there are bloggers and podcasters and vloggers and YouTubers and people on Vine, all these things, TikTok, that you can that have pretty high production value, and they can, conspiracy theories always have existed in American life, right? But it's different when you only had a few channels, and Walter Cronkite wasn't going to spin them out. But now you've got people that have pretty high production value and can grab an audience. We're in the attention economy, and people can get attention. And so I think not only are these do conspiracy theories speak to the basic human needs psychologically and sociologically, I kind of mentioned, but we have the mechanisms to promulgate them. And so those are some of the reasons that I think conspiracy theories flourish today, Gary. And of course, if there were a Jew to take over Turning Point, it should be you, Gary, because you're always turning great points in this room. So what better Jew to take it over?
You're going to see Marjorie Taylor Greene making the comment that she has it on good authority that Gary Baumgartner is trying to take over Turning Point. Don't let it happen, she will say.
She's not an unattractive woman. I mean, she's kooky, but she's not unattractive in a weird kind of crazy way.
Right. Okay. You always manage to find the silver lining to a gray cloud, Scott.
Of course. Look, man, this is what we Christians do, right? It's always darkest before the dawn.
Oh my God! So we need to even make some religious reference to that. By the way, Agent Malone, we've been trying to invite you up, but you're not making the trip. It sounds like we're ignoring you. Dwight.
How's it going?
It's going, my man. It's going.
Yep, same here. Yeah, I think I'll probably be pretty brief. Also, Marshall, the word for that is apophenia, A-P-O-P-H-E-N-A. Tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. The reason I wanted to mention that is because I just wanted to kind of piggyback. I think that's a big part of it. I think to expand on that, I think, although this is speaking very broadly, I just can't help but feel that our education system and our kind of culture, in terms of some of the anti-intellectualism that we have, is the reason why this is able to stick. Because in my experience, most people are not very good at verifying information. You can tell a lot of people that spin these kind of things, if they're not being intellectually dishonest, if you spend enough time with them, a lot of them are not able to distinguish even factual statements from opinion statements. Sorry. Somebody started vacuuming in the middle of my sentence. Sorry about that. There's actually there's studies on this, but basically they've done studies to where, okay, sorry, y'all, I keep getting interrupted. They've done studies where people have a difficulty differentiating a statement of opinion from a statement of fact. And this is not to say the accuracy of a statement, but just something like, if I say, this vanilla ice cream in my hand is white, that's a statement of fact. If I say this vanilla ice cream tastes good, that's an opinion. A lot of people, and in these studies, the ones that I've seen two, over half of the people could not make that distinction, let alone get into the actual accuracy of that. And I think that people's inability to delineate between those things, people's inability to kind of understand scholarly research and how you would go about verifying things, what qualifies as a valid source, combined with the apophenia, is why this sort of thing is able to stick. They're not able to adequately look into like data. They're not able to adequately even critically think to consider whether the things that are being espoused are even rationally sound. I mean, we're lacking in every category. Rhetoric, ability to distinguish facts from opinion. I mean, you name it. So I think that this could be combated if we had a more robust, not just education system, but like a more robust appreciation for education, and I guess just I know this sounds crazy, but like just fucking objective reality. I think we could mitigate a lot of that. Of course, it would always exist, but right now, the lack of information, the lack of due diligence, and people's inability to even attempt to do that, and having a platform and can speak anywhere online, anywhere in the world at any time, it's just a perfect storm, and it's run rampant.
Thank you for that insight, Dwight. Dude. Dude going once. Dude going twice.
Kyle, you there?
Les.
So one thing is to, when you get one of these conspiracy theories, for example, the Jews did this or that, do some reasonability checks, like the victim's wife. She wants the killer punished, and she hasn't been saying this, and she's a smart woman, and if you make a big claim, you got to produce big evidence, and without it, I can ignore what you say. And so where is all this crap coming from? First, we're making machines. That's what human beings do. And we make up patterns from that don't exist. Two, we want to believe in cosmic justice theory. Cosmic justice. That a big thing happens because some big opposing force did it. Not someone that happened to have a bullet and a hunting rifle around. That was someone that dropped out of school and wasn't having a good time of it, and perhaps wanted to have this feeling like he had accomplished something. It's not a comfortable feeling, but there is no cosmic justice. as JFK told his wife before he was assassinated, days before his assassination, you know, anybody that wants to assassinate somebody can. And then three, we have all these attention whores and actual financial whores that are putting these things out because they want attention and they want money. And there is no feedback mechanism or accountability. And I think there should be more mechanisms that me as an individual, I can turn off parts of my feed that aren't giving, where we have people giving me information and then not correcting it when it's wrong. In Gary's field, the people that do this for a living like Gary, basically they have the capitalist death penalty. If you make a mistake, then you lose your job and probably your career. We need to have not quite that, but something like that. You know, we have people with even less skill, basically randos on the internet. But you know, there are certain strangers I just don't want to talk to if they've turned out to be giving me bad information, and then not, when they find out about it, not correcting it. And I agree with a lot of other things people have been saying. Thank you.
Of course, the problem, Les, when it comes to the internet, social media, is that you don't know whether you agree or disagree with them, or whether you recognize something as not passing the smell test until after you hear it. So I don't know how you create an internal algorithm to prevent yourself from seeing that, other than not watching shorts or reels or adhering to TikTok, all three of which give you these quick bursts of information or disinformation. Because the time it's out, it's in your ears and in your brain, and you couldn't avoid it. You couldn't avoid it.
You avoid hearing from the same misinformation.
Right. Don't go back to the same person twice. Right.
Right. Yeah.
Like the old saying, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me."
Right, and have a principle that you don't believe anything. Big information, a big claim needs big, reliable proof, and ignore stuff that doesn't meet that standard.
Well, as you know, Les, I often am clicking away trying to check the veracity of things that people say, not because I'm trying to do a gotcha, but because if it's something I hadn't heard before, it's like, what? And then I try to check it, and if they're wrong, I will point it out. But yesterday, the next caller said something that seemed totally incredulous. I said, what? And it turned out that he was right, and I said that as well. Because it's important for us to collectively check ourselves and determine what's being promulgated on this stage. The one area where we have a little bit of control in social media is accurate, so we can always check each other's veracity, including mine, folks. Please feel free. Thank you, Les.
One more thing. It's
sure.
The person that makes the claim that is responsible for providing the evidence.
Yes, that is true. But people aren't always willing to do that. Thank you, Les. Chris.
Oh, Gary.
Oh,
Chris. You did that thing I like. You gave me some praise before I got up here. And also something else I like, and I beat King and Brian, which I don't see Brian on the stage, or King, which means I might have some runway here. Gary, that was I agree with that last topic that you spoke about with Les, but the last thing I don't agree with is I don't think it's the person who made the accusations job per se to prove with proof. Which even though we should, because that is the intellectually right thing to do. If you make a claim, support it with facts. But we all have to be honest. That actually should fall upon the person who also received the claim, not the person that gave it. You should also want to double check the person who talks to you, regardless if it's the person that you love the dearest or the person you despise the most. Never just take anything at face value. If that's possible in your life, take a few minutes just to verify everything. It'll save you, it'll save them, hell, it'll save us. So, let's get to the topic. The topic is, why do Kurt's conspiracy theories stick? Well, Dwight actually sound like a new voice. I haven't heard Dwight before, but Dwight was right on time. Most of this stuff is intellectual. Most of this stuff is because people don't take the time to research. Most of this stuff is because people don't take the time to read. Most of this stuff is they rather trust a reliable air quote source over actually doing a little bit of research for the sake of laziness. A lot of people just eat up and consume what they are told without doing a lick of research, and they will regurgitate that exact claim from Fox News, CNN, The Guardian, whatever they see, without even verifying it. Same goes for our FBI director. Hey, he gets told something, hey, I'm going straight to the news with it. Forget me actually trying to figure it out and make sure things is cleared up and concise. Sorry, my alarm went off. Cleared up and concise. No, we're going to go with this theory because I was told this theory was exactly what it is. So, miseducation is the lack of education. Also, moving down the line, it's kind of hard to beat a conspiracy theory when it starts at the top. When the top is telling you what X, Y, and Z is prior to information coming out, regardless if the top is your CEO's company, your statistics engineer in your business, your accountant, whoever it is at the top that gives you misinformation, can push a conspiracy theory and you without you even noticing. And that's normally what we're seeing these days. We're watching information coming from the top that is not completely verified and just kind of swung out there to see what type of stuff will stick to the wall, as they say, see what spaghetti sticks. And that's dangerous too, but hey, we're watching it in real time. That's how these conspiracies, are being fed. They're telling you, hey, wait till you find out that it's a transgender a part of this, and hey, they're telling you that it was the left without any information, and those are just theories which could lead to conspiracy. Which is crazy, because like I said, coming from the top, you would think that anybody from the top would just more presidentialness to themselves through the whole administration and take a little, make sure it's done correctly. But welcome to September 17th or 18th of 2025, and that's just out the question in this administration. The last thing I would say would be something that we all overlooked, not all, but a lot of us overlooked and did not realize or did not recognize what was going on in real time. A lot of us we buy in or don't buy in, but we buy into these conspiracy theories because a lot of us have no clue what's going on the internet. A lot of us don't know who all these factions of the right are. As much as they try to say how the left is radical and they got all these bad things going on, and they, they're all killers and they're domestic terrorists. Hey, a lot of us have no clue that there's 6 or 7 different factions in the Republican right that are young alt-right groups. And it sucks because we're all listening to find out a lot of people don't know who Charlie Kirk is. But then we go down the rabbit hole, and I wasn't shaming people for not knowing who Charlie Kirk was. I was more like, damn, how y'all don't know who Charlie Kirk is? Like, it's like really deep in the Republican Party. Like, he's one of their guys. But then it's Josh Shapiro, I don't know all their names. But we all know that you're talking about
Ben Shapiro.
You get it. Yeah, well, what? You get it. Yeah. It's all these other...
Josh Shapiro is the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania. Ben Shapiro is the right-wing pundit to whom I think you tried to refer.
That is exactly who I was referring to, and I appreciate y'all correcting me. I'm not always factually right when it comes to names because I don't remember people's names. But again, it's just like we're watching different factions show up. And so hearing that, oh man, the Pizzagate, me and Gary, we talk about that often here, how Pizzagate was one of those things that just tricked people into believing things. But I don't know who the hell started the Pizzagate scandal. You know what I mean? It goes all the way down to, now they're saying, oh, the guy was like a trans-loving, conservative man at far right of the conservative party. I don't know about them people. I didn't know. Obviously, I put in the group chat. If you guys are not in the group chat on Facebook, it's a great chat. Sometimes you get just random talks, but a lot of documentation. It's a lot of stuff you can read if you actually end up reading. Hopefully, most people are. But a lot of those things I have no clue about these people. I don't know that there is a group of people that have that type of niche issue in America that are on the right side of the politics. That the right side does not claim, but the right side understands they're there. But half of America doesn't know that there's a section in their group that does that type of stuff or have that type of viewpoint. Even when the conspiracy of on the internet starts as they're leftists and he's trans, he loves trans people and all these things, you're like, damn, why are they using this type of language? But you have no clue that there's a faction in their own political party that actually pushes those type of mindsets and agenda.
Now, do you recognize some of the conspiracy theories surrounding Charlie Kirk that are coming from the left as well?
All right, Gary, I'm not going to hold you up here, but give me a few.
Oh, you're asking me to give you a few?
Yeah, just give me one or two of the ones that they're currently using.
Well, they're out there. I mentioned them before during my opening salvo. So your answer, no, because you don't recognize that they exist, right?
Well, I would like, and now I'm not trying to go back and forth with you. I'm just not sure what actually you're speaking of.
Which means that you haven't heard them, or if you've heard them, you have not discounted them.
Well, I have not figured out what you're talking about, so I can't agree or deny what you're saying. Again, I've heard them speak. I've heard them speak things about him, but I haven't heard anybody just screaming, "Oh, he was right-leaning." I heard that his parents were right-leaning, but again,
how about it's the authoritarian, fascist, Nazi way that this country is being run from this president on down, including Charlie Kirk, that resulted in his assassination.
Okay.
That if it were not for that rhetoric, including his own, he would not have been killed. That's coming from the left.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I have not heard that. If anything, I've heard that, and I mean, when we're speaking about the left, are we speaking about politics, or are we talking about?
Well, look, we're not talking about. The reason I hesitated when you asked me for an example is because I'm not trying to malign everybody on the left, as I've seen many of the right-wing pundits attempt to do, and to suggest that anybody who's on the left is part of that group who's celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And I can guarantee you, yes, there are people who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, and they're idiots, but they're probably less than 0.1% of the total population of the United States, much less, how would you even say that they are representative of the left? But I'm just suggesting that some of this is coming from the left as well, and and that's why I asked you whether you recognize it, and your answer is no, you don't.
Yes, I don't, but I'm asking my last question to you about that, and I'll continue and I'll finish very briefly. Is that coming from the top? Is that coming from the politicians?
Well, it doesn't matter where it's coming from.
No. Well, that's the part
it's
of
out
the conversation.
There. It's out there, and so I'm just suggesting that we have to be perhaps broad in our interpretation and recognize that there are all kinds of conclusions reached by all kinds of people from all differing perspectives, and all of it is wrong until the facts are evident. In this case, they are not.
Gary, I should take show and grow, because actually I feel like without me even putting all this together, I baited you into that. Because my last point, Gary, was why do conspiracy theories stick? because we figured out in this country that we will take tally on every voice that we see on social media and believe that that voice is worthy of being pushed out to be a narrative that everybody should either see or understand. The reason I say that, and
if we agree with that voice, right? If we agree,
well,
if we agree with that voice,
the voice can normally be a voice that you've actually heard that makes something worth agreeing. Well, the point ain't about the agreeing. The point is when we take tally in that aspect, we miss the fact that a lot of the internet is filled with bots. A lot of the internet is filled with people that are programmed. Let me start over. A lot of those things online on these pages, on your Facebook, in those comments, on your X, in those replies, are bots. We don't have physical faces or bodies to go with a lot of those narratives, and those narratives also push the conspiracy theories. Okay. So if we're always taking tally of but the Democrats, but they're on your side, and we don't see a face with and we can't pinpoint it being from the leadership or the top, then that's how we continuously push the conspiracy theories, because the conspiracy theories can and have been fed by the bots, whichever bots they come from. I don't know if they're Russia bots, China bots, North Korea bots, American bots.
You're right. You made your point. You made your point.
Last thing.
I thought that was the last thing. We got to go because I got to catch an early train.
I got you.
Got to catch an early train, Chris.
I'm sorry, Gary.
That's all right. That's all right. You get wound up, and I appreciate it. Listen, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I had to, so I guess I did mean to. Listen, I've been experimenting. I've reported it back here that I did some experimentation along with a friend. We went to these two AI chat programs and tried to determine how we can manipulate the chat to say what we wanted it to, and then we would change the topic or our tone, and the chat would come back, this chat companion stuff. They always agreed with everything we suggested, no matter what we suggested. It was very boring. Yeah, but people get hooked onto that. But the point is, you can have a conversation with even just ChatGPT or with Grok. You can have a conversation as if you're having a conversation between Chris and Gary, and it'll answer in logical terms. You can have an intellectual discourse. I don't know how that's possible, but that's exactly what's happening. Most people maybe use ChatGPT to try to search something like Google Chrome. Take the next step and try to have a conversation. Try to have a theological conversation, or whatever hobby you have, astrology or knitting. Have a conversation with ChatGPT about astrology or knitting, and tell me whether that conversation mirrors the kind of conversation you might have in an astrology club or a knitting club, and you will not be able to tell the difference. So you're absolutely right that a lot of this is being fed now, not by just individuals who are sitting behind the screens putting out disinformation, but by that are programmed to do so. And that's a good point. Thank you for that, Chris Merrill.
Yes, I'm going to be a little bit more basic. I think conspiracy theories stick because people want them to. I think that, first of all, you're talking to a room full of people who try to do some research. There are people who don't know how to do research. They absolutely do not know how. So they regurgitate what they hear. And I think Scott touched on it a little bit about what people need socially. I'm going to go a little bit different. People want to be part of something. And so you're all exposed. Every part of us is exposed. Our nerves are exposed. Our vulnerabilities are exposed. And somebody hones in right on it. Somebody says, hey, like you used Marjorie Taylor Greene as an example, Jews and lasers and stuff. Somebody honed right in. You can bet that there were people who believed it because they wanted to. It resonated with them that Jews do bad things. Oh, Jews can do these things. And it just honed right in on them. And that's how it happens. And then there are some conspiracy theorists, people who fall for them because it gives them a sense of belonging. Maybe they weren't popular in school, or maybe nobody pays attention to them, but they get involved with conspiracy theorists and they have these exchanges, and now somebody's listening to them, and now they're getting some kind of recognition, and they have some kind of belonging to something. And I think that is a way to look at it also. That's pretty basic, but that's what I think. Thanks.
Thank you, Meryl. Once again, folks, it's an abbreviated version today if we go into extra time. So I'm going to hope to get to everyone, but I'm taking an earlier train. I'm emanating from the parking lot of the train station. Freeman.
Having me. I'll try to be quick. So the minor answer I would give to why do Kirk conspiracy theories stick is, why do conspiracy theories stick in general, especially in the time we live in? I think like the social media age and the digital age we live in, we have algorithms that show us what we want to see, not necessarily what's objectively true. And also social media means everyone, like myself right now, has a microphone. And while everyone should have the right to have a microphone, it's dangerous, more dangerous in people who are capable of articulating themselves as hands than others. And so now you have forums online where people can congregate and really indulge on viral conspiracy theories. And then also information overload. I think we're getting information not just from traditional news sources, but everywhere. And that lends itself to conspiracy theory. But I want to touch on this last point, which I think is the bigger reason. So why do Kirk conspiracy theories stick? Why do we see people believe, before we have any information, even though we've gathered some recently, why do people believe, oh, it must have been maybe an African American that did this? And so HBCUs, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, HBCUs were targeted.
Yeah, we got a bunch of bomb threats. You're exactly right.
Exactly.
Exactly. All across the nation, that was organized, obviously.
And that's terrifying. And then you have, obviously, it's the Jews, and you have people like Candace Owens putting that forward. And so you have this situation where people are taking Charlie Kirk and projecting their personal interests onto him, right? Charlie Kirk becomes a projection of each group's pet's fears. And they formulate a narrative that helps process the huge amount of information rushing their way. So instead of slowly digesting the information and seeking to cautiously process it, it's easier to build up what you already have as a preconceived notion and say, okay, this is why this happened. And now you have a microphone and you have a platform to do it all over the world with the internet. So it's really a terrifying time we live in, and it's a crisis time. And what makes it very sad is that people who promulgate conspiracy theories will not let this great crisis go to waste. I land my plane.
I love that last line. Thank you, Freeman. Dominic.
Yeah, I like that last line too. Hey, Gary.
Never let a good conspiracy theory go to waste, or never let a good crisis go to waste in order to push a conspiracy theory. That's great. So I'm going to steal that. I'm going to steal that one. Go ahead, Dominic.
I'll be quick. Two things. First, I've been listening for about a month and not participating, as I wanted to hear and learn what other people had to say besides myself. And it's been very interesting and enjoyable, Gary. Second thing, in answer to your provocative question, I was wondering why this particular individual, Tom, I don't know what his name is, I haven't memorized it, but why the conspiracy theory of Mr. Kirk stuck with him. That is a question I think I can at least kind of get my hands around, why an individual person, because I look at it and he said, this man took an action based on a belief. Because I listened to the tape or the text of he and his roommate, in which the roommate asked why, and the alleged assassinator said it was because he was spewing hate. See, it was a full sentence. I forget what the full sentence was, but essentially is that somebody had to do something about this guy who's spreading hate. And I thought, wow, that's the essence of a conspiracy theory. And
it's not a conspiracy theory if it's true.
Well, it may or may.
And I know hate is in the eye and the ear of the beholder.
Yeah,
I recognize that.
Yeah, thank you. So my point being, though, is that an individual took action, and it's pretty illogical to be taking action based on a belief that is, amorphous. I read on the internet that he spreads hate. So I'm taken by that, because one of my great concerns is that action, in other words, individual physical action based on the perception of a belief system that's based on, one gentleman said, bots. This to me is the crux of the problem. Once you take an action based on non-factual belief systems, I don't know what we do with that as a society. In other words, do we criminalize the behavior? In other words, firing a shot, killing somebody is a crime. Believing a conspiracy theory is not. So there's kind of like a distinction here. I don't know, maybe it's for adults only or something. I'm not sure. It really gets to that point about that gentleman who I've never heard him before, but he made Winston, I think it was, a couple of good points there that I agree with. I think that the question is how do we separate the freedom to believe something from the consequences of taking action? How do I teach my grandchildren, who are going to be completely data driven and AI? They're 5 years old. They're not like me, who spent 60 years without a computer. Well, maybe not 60, but 50. And so I know how to think without looking on my phone. I don't know what we do with that, Gary. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. We're going to go into extra time early because I have to catch that early train, so we're not going to invite anybody else up on the stage. I'm going to try my best to get to everyone. I don't know that I will, but I will try double.
Hi, thank you, Gary. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So, people believe in conspiracy theory. First of all, a lot of what people classify as conspiracy theories are true or have an element of truth, right? And people are looking for, I think a better way to frame them is a conspiracy hypothesis rather than it's just a lot of people, it's like, this may have happened, and then here's all the evidence supporting this thing. Most people aren't very well educated or, sophisticated in how they discuss this, as I kind of mentioned yesterday in my share. But so, it comes off as sounding, crude and ignorant and unsophisticated and so forth. But I think people are aiming for something that's kind of part of the general sense. And sometimes we learn that, lo and behold, these things people were in for decades turn out to be true. or there's part of it that's true, or there's strong evidence that could have led someone in a certain direction. So, and some of these things are manufactured. The UFO stuff, there's strong evidence, as I understand it, that the CIA was partly behind a lot of the hype in the 90s, for instance. But anyway, the other thing to mention is, well-coordinated minorities have outsized influence in, especially in democracies and things like this. So people who are already prone to magical thinking and who are, feel like their lives are affected by, the decisions or the directions of well-coordinated minorities, it's easy for them to connect the dots and come up with all kinds of crazy ideas and ascribe all kinds of things to people that, it's not a very high resolution picture of what's happening, but maybe roughly they're describing something that, and then they sound crazy. In the case of this guy, I think everyone, all the people, even the people like me who kind of get caught up in talking about free speech and all this stuff, I think we're overthinking it in a way. I think, where I've landed with this is this guy is in he's in a relationship. He has a tryst with this other individual, and we see it if you watch the film Dog Day Afternoon. We see this archetype of the guy who wants to get the trans surgery, so he's willing to rob a bank. He's willing to hold a dozen people hostage and commit all kinds of crimes because he wants to be the hero, this romantic thing, right? And I have another friend who, in a similar, had a trans lover and emptied gave his whole inheritance for this person's medical services.
And I know people who've had straight lovers and given up their entire inheritance.
Exactly.
So I don't know what the point is.
There's Bonnie and Clyde, another straight example of Bonnie and Clyde, this romance of we're going to go off and we're going to commit all these crimes and so on and so forth. I think it's as simple as that. This is about an individual who got something up his bonnet about Charlie Kirk for whatever reason. And I think all of us are overthinking. We're all in some kind of conspiracy theory on this. And
he didn't just decide he was going to walk up to somebody and punch somebody. He decided he was going to take a bolt-action rifle, practice for a 200-yard shot, and then snipe a dude at 200 yards, which just
he absolutely did.
Just so you're aware, is a longer distance that people can hear voices at. Right?
Yeah. I mean, from his text, it was in random.
I don't know about you, Marshall, but I hear voices when there's nobody around. But I get your point. I'm going to move on only because we're really short on time, and I'm pressuring myself.
It was a good shot, and his grandfather's $2,000 scope was a good scope. Thank you, Gary.
Jane, I can run the room. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Thanks for your moderation.
All right, Jane, you're up.
Okay, great. Thanks, Gary. Want to go back to what we heard from Dominic, just conceptually, no specifics about Dominic, but it took me a minute to realize that what he was describing in this way that makes it sound so concerning to him or aberrant is literally the way the human brain works, Gary. We are a critical thinking forum. The brain works, very oversimplified, by having a moral, conceptual belief system. He talked a lot about beliefs, and these are known to us and unknown to us, and we take actions based on them. There's nothing weird about that. So I just sometimes when it's your field, you have to geek out and go, wait, that's not a problem. That's what happens. That's how it works. So, okay, on the issue of the Kirk conspiracy theories, which to me, limited follower of this seem no surprise to be immediately focused on Jews in Israel, so anti-Semitic in nature, and obviously, personally, those are the most concerning to me and my family, and of course, many of our friends here. And to me, that is nothing more than, unfortunately, been there, done that, same old America. The Jews will be blamed, and it goes far beyond our history. And this sucks. But I also ask myself, why are so many Jews okay with the trade-off of politically supporting people who, yeah, they'll express their concern for the country of Israel, the nation state of Israel, and but they don't like Jews, Gary. They're not our friends. So it's a strange trade-off. I realize that's a topic for another day, but of course I was just wanting to raise, I didn't know if you did, I missed your opening salvo, but the anti-Semitic nature of the most significant conspiracy theories are frightening, actually, and Jews are not safe in America. It's a lot. And, you know, so it goes. Life in America.
And of course, I did mention that during the opening salvo, but
Okay,
I appreciate
I
you
figured,
bringing it up
yeah.
again. Yeah, thank you. Dave.
So I from
Try
the
again,
far
Dave.
right.
Start again, Dave, because you cut out.
So I asked ChatGPT, give me a list of conspiracy. Most of them, the first top 10 are all from the far right, right? And then I said, why is it all coming from far right? Then I asked, give me the far left conspiracy. Then it come up, right? It forced to come up. The question is, in the clubhouse, which conspiracy stick? Right, I mean, by going to many rooms. Okay, before I go there, so there are different category of conspiracy. There are a lot of opportunistic conspiracy, like what the prior speaker say. Don't let the good conspiracy go to waste. Again, Gary, you can ask the ChatGPT what other variation of this expression. Yeah, I think it came up, two which are very good. I won't have time to talk here, but these are just opportunistic. They just want to increase their clickbait and all this thing, and they won't stick. What really stick a lot is the Epstein theory, right? Most of the clubhouse thing, because they hate Trump, they associate Kurt with Trump. They don't really care so much of the anti-Jews, but Kurt is Trump. So it's all about Epstein. It's got nothing to do with Kurt. It's all about, distracting from the Epstein. That is from the left part. But there is also very interesting trend that the New Nation media is now focusing on looking at all the left-wing media and saying that, look, all this left-wing media cannot even open the mouth and say, this got to do with transgender. They cannot. They all start, and he's compiling a whole list. Look, CNN and all these MSNBC, when come to transgender, they just close their mouth. They stuck. Then the whole thing is frozen. So, that's my observation. I keep it short.
Yeah, thank you. And as I pointed out yesterday, people who are transgender are not making a political statement necessarily, So there may be greater support for people who are transgender from one political side than the other. I don't know, but that's a sense that I think we all have. But it's not a political statement to say that you're transgender. It's not a political statement to say that you're gay. It's not a political statement to say that you're straight. But we tend to try to buttonhole people in that way. I'll be.
Sure. Hi. How you doing?
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the obvious reasons for conspiracy are that most of them become proven later on, right? So let's try to get straight to the point. People are not used to people telling the truth, and that's an unfortunate part of modern society. Therefore, we have to come up with our own truth. And
is that a definition of truth? Coming with our own truth?
Well, we have to come up with the truth, right? Don't we? If we don't believe what's been told, Go
Well,
on.
why don't you believe what's been told? Have you facts? And this is a very broad question because we're not talking about a specific. But do you have facts to prove that what you've been told in general is inaccurate?
About this specific case, or any
No.
particular
You said in general, but we're trying to discuss why people accept these conspiracy theories, and you said that they accept the conspiracy theories because we've been lied to. So if you believe you've been lied to, you have to come up with a counterbalance to that with facts. Have you seen facts to counterbalance all these lies that you claim we've been told by whoever it is you believe is telling us them?
Good. Very, very astute.
mean, you sit listening to the Utah prosecutor. Systematically, he goes through the cases. He reads the text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs, and so and you hear every nuance. It's incredible evidence that they shared, and they publicly shared it. It's not, it's something. Obviously, in a courtroom, you're going to have a defense attorney that's going to question certain how they discovered it and go through the veracity of it. But it was pretty cut and dry what we're listening to. You can't listen to that and think, when he reads the text, this is someone with like a disordered intelligence who's hearing voices in their head, or Jodie Foster is telling them to do something. This guy says in those text messages that he's tired of the hate and he wanted to do this. I mean, just go back and listen to the press conference. Listen to the forensic evidence that was found on the scene, what they shared with the public, what the DA was sharing. The only thing this guy was scared of was his dad and his grandpa's gun. And, the sad part that his mother is the one that recognized him, that he had to be, outed by his family. But he thought he was going to get away with it. That's the other thing, that listening to those text messages, it's on and on about that he should go back and get the gun, and will they have any traces of him? This isn't a guy that was planning like a school shooter to kill himself at the end, or the shooter in the first Trump shooter. I mean, this is like someone who clearly thought he was going to get away with it, and then he suffered like a Dostoevsky moment of, was he going to get caught or not? So I guess my point on all of this is that for the public to just pay attention to what this isn't the media. This is the district attorney. This is the federal agents, the regional federal agents. It's the sheriffs from that area. It's it's FBI senior officials giving facts, specific facts, and the fact that people want to ignore this and say no, none of that happened. This is coming from a foreign government, and this is coming from another influence, is just mind-boggling to me. And I mean, that it goes back to just this incredible division that we have, this siloing that people are in, and probably, as someone said earlier, the algorithms that they're seeing on their phone that's just feeding something that's illogical to me. I mean, again, this is real forensic criminal information that was shared. We don't often get that specific from a district attorney doing a press conference, and the fact that just gets ignored by people is my point. It's shocking to me.
And to that point, Abby, and you're absolutely right. As someone who has covered this for over 50 years, law enforcement, it's extraordinarily transparent what is going on right now in Washington County, Utah, and and I think the reason they're doing that, frankly, is because they want the public to know what they know, to try to avoid this kind of craziness that's going on. And yet, we have people, as it was expressed by the previous caller, who have their own truth. So even when it's laid out to them, and I think this gets back to a back channel message you and I had a few minutes before we started today, and that is, you can throw all the facts at somebody. Once they hold on to something, they're not going to let go of it, even when we hold the facts up to them. I think that's kind of a mental illness.
All you can hope is that this goes through a proper tribunal, that once again these facts come out through a court proceeding, and even then they will probably still hold on to some bizarre theory that there's Jodie Foster. I mean, I'm using that example. That there's some other crazy thing or some other government interfering in this guy's life, when in fact he had, they're showing motive. They're reading his own words. It's pretty glaring. but people.
It is. And by the way, he was apolitical. So for those who say that he was a tool of the Democrats, he wasn't a registered Democrat, and he wasn't a Republican. So he wasn't a tool of the Republicans either. And clearly, he did not take hit direction from Bibi Netanyahu.
No, he was also a kid that grew up in southern Utah that is incredibly conservative, and southern Utah very often, that younger generation, they rebel against it. A lot of them end up, if they're gay, they'll come out. A lot of them end up in Vegas. They end up in places that are not far from southern Utah, where they can get away from what can be a very repressive, to some that aren't embracing the conservative style of that part of the country. And, it just, handwriting's on the wall with this one, but people want to look the other way and find something else. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your insight. It was excellent. Thank you, Abby. We'll go to Dude, and then Steve will wrap it up, and I will still catch my train here at the bottom of the hour, I believe. Dude. This is your second chance, dude. And once again, you have failed us. Let it be known. Put it in the annals of this room that Dude has failed us. Steve, you get the last word.
Yeah, I think the guy that came up and was talking about his truth maybe just articulated himself a little inaccurately, Gary. I think what he's trying to say is that for a long time, places or institutions that we rely on sometimes feed us misinformation. You asked for an example. Vietnam War, Westmoreland. Was he telling us the truth about what was happening in the war? Just a question.
Look, I didn't ask for an example, but
I know.
Yes.
Tell me how that manifests itself. Okay, we got Westmoreland.
All right. At the time that Westmoreland spoke, we did not know that he was lying. At the time that Colin Powell spoke, we did not know that the information that he was fed about Iraq was not accurate. At that time, we did not know. Okay, so you can only go. So you could wait a minute. You could challenge. You could challenge the veracity, but to say we can't trust the government to tell us anything accurate, we can't trust the media to tell us anything accurate. In this instant case, Abby just showed us. Do you not trust the information that?
No, that's not what I'm getting at, Gary. I'm trying to articulate examples like you was talking about.
Of course, there are always going to be examples. So the president, the guy asked the president. The guy asked the president at a gavel in the Oval Office the other day. How do you justify lying repeatedly? You lie repeatedly. How do you justify lying to the American people? And the president just waved his hand at him dismissively and went on to the next question, which is his prerogative. But we know that he lies constantly, right? But that doesn't mean that we should be always distrustful of what the government tells us, or does it?
No, that's not my point. And the point you're making is well taken. All I'm trying to say is when instances like this, even at the time if we don't know, start making its way into a societal culture, and they're aware of these things, even if it's after the fact. We can even go to Adam Schiff and him saying for all that time, committee's got information. Comes out it was
so that means before we have the facts before us.
No, Gary, you're missing what I'm saying.
Before we have the facts before us, we should take into mind that Adam Schiff lied to us and Comey lied to us, and there was no Russian conspiracy.
No, you're mischaracterizing what I'm trying to articulate to you.
So therefore, it is okay for us to come up with our own theories and state them as fact,
No, absolutely not. I'm trying to. You ask, how do these things occur? And I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't correct. I'm just giving examples of where suspicion can creep in. And then if someone that becomes suspicious doesn't do their due diligence, like Abby talked about very succinctly, good job, Abby, they would say you have two people. One person goes and listens to everything that Abby articulated there, gets a comprehensive picture and says, okay, I got it. Another guy goes on some weird website and he's got these crazy out here telling him everything. He's already got this convoluted notion in his head that things are the way they are. That's how it manifests itself. I'm not trying to advocate for it.
Okay. So wait a minute. Let me ask you about three people specifically, and then we're going to wrap it up. But let me ask you about three people specifically.
Okay.
Do you believe that Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, and Marjorie Taylor Greene have any information that actually points to Bibi Netanyahu being behind this assassination?
Oh, this is the most hideous and convoluted thing I've ever heard in my life, Gary. That somehow Bibi Netanyahu, somehow that this man would be involved. He's got his hands full with the war and everything else, but he's going to take time to do this. No.
So why do so many people listen to these three idiots? Tucker Carlson has a bigger audience since leaving Fox on his internet programming than he ever had at Fox. He's got a cult following.
And see, that's what I don't get about what you just articulated there, because all these people have a big enough platform and have a big enough following that they don't have to inject this. So I don't know about that. I mean, there's a screw loose somewhere there. I wasn't trying to say that there's a logical reason. Or that people are thinking rationally. I'm just saying, here's the road. Here's how you get from point A to point B. It may not be a pretty road, but that's how you get it.
Right. And those people, because of the reasons that you point out, I'm not going to challenge their mindset of the people, will listen to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen and Marjorie Taylor Jewish Laser Green before they will listen to me, because I work for the mainstream media.
Yeah, but Gary, I want to push back something a little bit right there. I will listen to Tucker Carlson, but here seems to be a perception of audiences that just because you will listen to someone that may go off the rails one time, that you consume and you believe everything they say. I don't. When I listen to Tucker,
in court he admitted that he lies.
He admitted that under oath. I know, but Gary, just because I would listen, and I think this is a misconception from certain portion of the electorate, that if you listen to these people, somehow you just fall in lockstep.
When I say listen, I don't mean tune him in. I'm saying listen to what he's saying. Adopt what he is saying. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but you know, like Tucker or he's that younger guy from the Young Turks. Chuck Younger, is that his name? He has the Young Turks. Yeah. Well, anyway, I listen to a broad spectrum of different people and their views.
You should. I'm not saying you should not tune in Tucker Carlson. I used to listen to Alex Jones. You know, it doesn't. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you got to understand what's afoot within your culture, and the only way you're going to understand is to tune in and listen to these people. That doesn't mean that you buy into it. It means you're trying to understand what's afoot in your culture.
Right. But I'm talking about people who do buy into this nonsense.
I don't know. Anyway, well, there's your danger, Gary. Right there's your danger. The people that can't do the simple things that Abby articulated, and it's simple.
And by the way, those three people have the benefit of freedom of speech, and as much as I find what they said so reprehensible, I defend their right to say them, and I would be opposed to, let's say, a Democratic president starting a RICO investigation into them, the way that this administration is threatening RICO investigations into people on the other side, including people who might shout at him while he's dining in Washington, D.C. He wants a RICO investigation into that because his little feelings were hurt. You know, if you can't stand the heat, as Harry Truman said, get out of the freaking kitchen.
Well, I hope I clarified my position, Gary.
I think you did, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the opportunity to challenge you on it. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. I appreciate as well those of you who were unusually brief so that Gary can catch his train, which if I look down the tracks right now, I do believe I see the headlight. So timing is perfect. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Just kind of like subjects to this. Like they've got a choice between, like depending on where you're born, right? Like your choices are Israel, who, you know, to them is they are being oppressed by Israel, and then you have, you know, you may have like Hamas over you. So like it kind of seems to me like a lot of Palestinians, they might not necessarily want that extreme sort of thing. They're just kind of stuck between these two regimes.
I have never seen a Palestinian that recognize Israel as a state or think Israel should exist. Zero. Regardless if they're liberal or terrorist like Hamas. They don't think that Israel should exist. Any Palestinian that will say that Israel should exist, they're lying to your face. They don't consider that. They think they lost the war and now it's their time to win and kick out the Jews. Anyone who says else, that's a lie. I give you that. Other than that, most of the Arabs, they just have to deal with Israel. They think Israel is America, so they will not fight. That's my opinion about the Palestinians. They will never admit that they lost against Israel. They will never recognize Israel 100% for I've seen from the Palestinians. So there will never be peace. I think I think the UK will recognize Palestine states today or maybe this week. I think this is a big, bad move against Israel. So.
I mean, the Palestinian identity is based on basically taking over Israel. UNRWA defines them as refugees until they will be allowed to go back to Israel. Their chances from the river to the sea. And the map that they use everywhere, including their embassies, wherever they do have embassies, is of the entire land of Israel. They are being educated about this right of return to all the cities that are in Israel. This is the Palestinian cause. This is why it's a losing cause from the get-go, because it's basically meant to replace an existing state with a different state, and that is not an option for us. And everybody that kind of supports this idea is just using the Palestinians, including now UK, that is recognizing a Palestinian state. Who the fuck are you? And you know what? The most hypocrites are the Palestinians and the pro-Palestinians that are happy about it, because they're angry at the UK for splitting the land and say that it wasn't theirs to give, in a way as if they gave it, and now they'll be happy with UK recognizing Palestine as if they matter. No, they don't matter, because at the end, the situation on the ground. And if it will be like a one-sided decision. Israel can also do one-sided decisions about Judea and Samaria. So, and the last thing about the UK, that basically this recognition came with a condition that if Israel will agree to a ceasefire and will do this and this and this, then they will not recognize. But if they will not do it, they will recognize, as if, or not as if, literally saying that recognizing Palestinian state is a punishment to Israel. It's nothing humanitarian. It's nothing about the Palestinians. Basically, it's conditioned on basically they're using it as a leverage against Israel. And the worst thing about it is the entire recognition is a reward for terrorism, which is the most insane thing. So I think they lost their mind, and I don't think it will really matter for the things on the ground. Yes, it will make things maybe harder for Israel, but it will not actually create a Palestinian state.
Like I get that, and that definitely makes sense. Like I think from what I've seen, like I wouldn't imagine that many, if any, Palestinians would want to, recognize Israel as a state, because that's a part of their whole thing. Is they believe that it was taken unjustly because like the rules of the I guess United Nations, like kind of that agreement weren't honored, all that sort of thing. So I get that. So yeah, like the idea that Palestinians don't think Israel should exist as a state, yeah, I could totally believe that. But what I'm saying is, like, even if that's the case, that in itself, like I would distinguish that from, like, say, the Hamas charter, which originally specifically was like, no, we want to wipe out Israel, like get rid of all of them, kill them, whatever.
All of the Hamas charters say it. Including the current one.
I thought the new one was like they removed language about like wanting to like I guess exterminate people. I thought it was just saying like they don't recognize Israel as a state or something.
And they will continue with the armed struggle against. They did a find and replace Jew with Zionist, but meaning basically the same story. And the reason that you cannot find a solution, or even this ridiculous recognizing a state, is because the Palestinians at the end don't want a two-state solution. Because agreeing to a Palestinian state or a two-state solution means recognizing Israel. Basically, if they accept, and this is why every single offer for a two-state solution was denied at the end. Because it means that you need to recognize Israel, because one of those two states in this two-state solution is Israel. And it would mean basically giving up their cause, which many wouldn't, because they've been so radicalized to it. Even in the West, they call this entire land Palestine. No, it's like they went too far. So now they get nothing.
So what's so bad in the recognition of Palestinian state alongside Israel?
They don't want it.
I agree. I know. Most of them don't know.
And what's wrong?
Official PLO and PA do agree for two states. But what's so terrible about the recognition of Palestinian state alongside Israel?
Because they don't want to coexist. And it's a threat. You want to create an entity on your border that wants to basically destroy you.
So what is the solution? One state?
No state. One state, but not for Palestinians.
Continuation of the status quo?
No, not status quo. Maybe they need to move.
But where can they go?
I don't know, 50 Arab countries can absorb them.
Okay, I will exactly what you say is exactly the answer for the question why Arab countries do not want to absorb them, because they do not want to be seen as cooperation. They do not want to cooperate with what they call ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
Exactly the main reason why they are.
That's not the reason, Igal. Don't be naive. No,
exactly. This is exactly the reason why Arab countries do not want to absorb the Palestinians.
No.
They do not want to cooperate with the idea which you suggest.
No, they're just hiding. They're just hiding behind us and using us as the reason why not. But no, that's not the reason. If people want to move, let's say someone wants to move, okay? Let's say no one is forcing them out. Let me ask you this, Igal. What about the people that want to leave? Why don't they accept them? That is also helping us? Come on, Igal. It's not about that, okay?
The population in the Arab countries, the leaders, they are afraid of their population because they will be seen as
cooperating with what?
With our intent to ethnic cleanse.
I'm not saying, forget about us. I'm saying someone that lives in Gaza and says, I want to not live in Gaza. I want to relocate somewhere else. I'm done with wars. I want to do something for my family. I want my kids go to school and have good jobs. I want to out of Gaza. I want to somewhere else. I assume that there's a few of those, at least. Let's say a few tens of thousands that wants to say, I'm done. I don't want to live now in a tent for the next 10 years. I'm done with this oppression of the Hamas or Israel or whatever the thing is they want to believe in, and I want out. Why aren't Arab countries saying, if you want, you can come here? We open like you are refugees of war, like any other war in history. Why in this war?
For the reason
what?
I say. I agree.
No, but I'm saying people that wants to live. So you're saying that a Gazan wants to live, and he wants to move, let's say, to the UAE or to Egypt or Jordan, but they will not accept them because Israel. The Gazans say, but I want to leave. I don't want to live here. No. You will stay there in Gaza because Israel.
You describe the situation exactly as it is. Yes.
And you think it's really about caring for the Palestinians?
No.
That you leave them in a war zone and not helping them because Israel.
Not be seen as collaborators with Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's exactly the Palestinian tragedy, that no one really cares about them. As I said before, they're a weapon to basically go against Israel. To defame Israel, to attack Israel, to paint Israel in a bad way. This is more important than helping Palestinians. Let's see all those countries that want to now recognize Palestine, that to prepare their wallet to also build Palestine and also to accept refugees and feed them.
So, is there some sort of logistical problem or something? Why not kick them out? Because when I look it up, Gaza and Palestinians don't seem like they have the ability to just leave en masse. They have these tightly controlled borders. So I don't get what Israel wants Palestinians to do. Okay, obviously they're not going to agree to a two-state solution. So if you're the government and you're the people that have control, why not kick them out? It just sounds like they're being trapped in Gaza and then
no one wants them.
Killed and starved.
Because no one wants them.
Yeah,
there's nowhere for them to go.
Yeah, but how? I mean, even if there was, how could they physically leave if the borders?
What do you mean? First of all, they can leave. There are borders, like Rafah border to Egypt. They can go to Egypt and from there go from the Cairo airport. And if they want to leave, those that also leave now, they go via the IDF through the Ramon airport and they fly out. Now it's mostly for medical things. It's not regular, just I'm leaving the country. But if this kid that was on the Times magazine that was presented as he was starving in Gaza was actually taken by the IDF from Gaza via Ramon airport to Italy to get special treatment. But yeah, the people can leave. Operationally, they cannot leave because no one lets them, no one wants them, and no one calls for it. And any call for them to leave will be cancelled by the thing that Igal said, that it's ethnic cleansing, that Israel wants it and they should stay and die there and it's better, while also screaming the women and children. Even these women and children, no one from the beginning of the war, all the pro-Palestinians are saying, the majority are women and children, majority. No one was calling, let the women and children out, or advocating for the UK government, let the women and children from Gaza in, let's save them. No. Everybody was stay there. They should not leave the land. They should stay on the land. Unlike Ukraine, for example.
Or Syria with 7 million refugees.
Or anywhere in the world. You know what? Even in 1948, there were a million Arabs that were kicked out of their homes. There were actually Jewish Arabs that were kicked out from many Arab countries and were absorbed in Israel and in the United States and in other places. Absorbed, more than 1 million. Just doesn't have a name like Nakba. We didn't brand it. But it's more than the Arabs claim that were. And those million were actually kicked out. Not were told leave and we'll kick, none of those stories.
So you're saying they can leave through Rafah?
Yes, theoretically, operationally. This is how they left during the war and until the war.
That still kind of confuses me though, because isn't Rafah doesn't Egypt control that, and then you also said that Egyptians don't want them. So how is that an option?
No, I'm saying it's an option as terms of a border, but as I said, no one wants them, and this is the problem. It's not that they cannot go out operationally wise. If Egypt would allow them either to go through it. They could allow, you can go, but you need to go, we will take you to the airport, and from there outside, you cannot stay. They could say that. We allow you, we will even transport you, but to the airport and out. Not staying in Egypt, for example, but where?
So what do y'all think what do y'all think that the Palestinians and Gaza should do? What's the best thing that they can do at this point?
Leave.
Yeah, I'm still
Daniel, don't sugarcoat it.
No, that's the best thing that they could do for them, to be honest.
It just doesn't seem like that's really an option for them, because if nobody will take them, the borders are restricted,
nothing is an option. Listen,
I would want to leave, but I just don't.
Every decision is a problem, okay? Staying there is a problem, leaving is everything is a problem. You just need to, you ask me what is the best option. And the best option for them is to leave. Now, how to make it possible? Yes, people start to advocating for them. They need to advocate for them. They do, by the way, but the voices are silent because the Palestinians are not really, sometimes they kind of interfere with the Palestinian cause, their wishes and wants and no, they should die quietly for the cause. This is what the cause wants. If they want to leave, that's not a good thing. So all the supposedly pro-Palestinian outlet like Al Jazeera, in order to prevent people from leaving Gaza City, they will spread all kinds of rumors that there is no room in the Muassi, that people are turning back, that roads are closed, stuff like this, just to prevent them from leaving. So they have nowhere to go.
Find info about that, because I hadn't come across that, but I get what you're saying.
About what?
That basically you're saying it's actually Palestinian, I guess, leadership that's preventing Palestinians from leaving, because basically they're being discouraged from doing that. Am I understanding you? They don't want them to leave, because to do that would be to cede to Israel, which is totally against, their beliefs, I guess.
No, Gaza City without civilians in it is a very easy for Hamas doesn't have any cover. Okay, the Palestinian people are the cover of Hamas. If the city is empty or very little few people are there, then it's easier for the IDF to operate and to find Hamas. So they want them to stay. That's the situation. And the pro-Palestinians, including the leadership, are all benefiting just from Palestinian suffering. Like all of them, whether it's UNRWA with like jobs, whether it's like mainstream media that it brings, I guess, a lot of money, a lot of clicks. Look how many like influencers were created just based on spreading like propaganda against Israel or pro-Palestinians, whatever, during this war. People that were nobody, I don't know, 50,000 or 20,000 on Twitter or Instagram now have like millions. Bands like this Kneecap or this the other guy that chanted death to the IDF, and they become like phenomena, this flotilla that the world is obsessed about. Like, people are benefiting out of it. And you know how much money there's like being contributed that is so stupid, because they're saying, oh, there's no food in Gaza, please give me money through the GoFundMe. So first of all, how do they get the money? Second of all, if they get the money, how do they buy food if there is no food? And if they can buy food, how do they buy food if for the last 2 years all the food is for free? But it doesn't matter, because there's like so much money going on. Go to GoFundMe and check how many Gaza GoFundMe there are, and that's just GoFundMe. And where's the money going? God knows. But I can tell you where it's not going. It's not going to the Palestinian people in Gaza. If you see like that they will give out like a few, this is like nothing. Like they will do it for like the like some kind of a video shot that they will give a box, take a picture. Okay, we brought the humanitarian aid. It's just like scams, or like, and the product is Palestinian suffering.
I appreciate y'all sharing that. I'm still kind of like, I don't take anybody's word for anything, so I kind of I look into things myself, but it's helpful.
It's more an analysis than like stating a fact. They are a product. Palestinian suffering, obviously, like you will not find it as a factual. It's more like an analysis of the different powers and their incentives. Understanding like what people are doing and also what people are not doing, what people are saying, but also what they are not saying. When there are demonstrations in Gaza against Hamas, like by Palestinians in Gaza, risking their life to demonstrate, because that is not like in the West that you can actually speak out against the government. And no one covers it. And I was looking in Al Jazeera to see if they covered it, like nothing. It doesn't exist. They don't give them voice. So it's not just what they say, it's also, what they hide, what they don't say. Well, there were like 41 hours of footage that came out of Gaza of Hamas torturing Palestinians. Like, literally no one talks about it, all those things. Videos of them like shooting people in the knees, like almost every day. No one cares. The fact that they put IEDs and mines everywhere, this we know, right? Because they brag about it. We know how the IDF soldiers die from all kinds of like explosive devices and booby traps and all that. And no one asks themselves like how many children or innocent people also blown up by those mines and IEDs and booby traps. Like, do they really think that those booby traps know that it's the IDF that is stepping on them, or it's an IDF car that is like driving over them? No, but they just know that everything is attributed to an IDF, and it would be very bad for the cause to say that it's they caused by their own people. 15% of their rockets land in Gaza and kill their own people, but it's all attributed to the IDF. Every single death is IDF. And people can think about it very easily, but it's just not comfortable for the cause.
Sweetie, how you been?
Sweet as usual. No, it's Rosh Hashanah soon. I need to compete with honey.
Really?
Honey.
Thanks, sir.
I was like, my husband would tell me like, pass me the honey. I'm like, pass you the what? Pass me the honey. Pass you the what?
Pass me the honey, honey.
Give me the sugar.
Where are you gonna be for Rosh Hashanah?
I will not go. I was in Israel like a month ago, and like in August, and I couldn't leave. Like I was there for like, I came for like 2 weeks, and I extended it like to a month, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. I can go back home now. And I couldn't find any flight. It was all packed because it was August. So now I'm afraid to go on Rosh Hashanah, where again the airports are like peak. I would rather kind of go against traffic, you know. But my husband is going for Yom Kippur.
Your husband? What?
He's going to Israel?
Yeah.
Wow. Are you guys going
with Yom Kippur?
Are you going with him?
No.
Loves Yom Kippur?
Your husband?
Yes. He likes the energy in the street, and that like he always talks about it to like people, because like not Israelis or Jewish, about this kind of day in Israel and how it's experienced, and it's very different to Yom Kippur anywhere else in the world because everything shut down.
Is he Jewish?
No.
Yeah, see, I have a complete lack of energy on Yom Kippur.
No,
you did it.
It's very powerful day.
Yeah, no.
Have you ever did it in Israel, Yaakov?
Once, yeah, once.
In a city or where?
Right in Jerusalem.
And did you kind of? So you felt that it's different, like walking the streets.
Well, just being in Jerusalem is different, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
On Yom Kippur. Yeah, true.
Just in general, no, even not on Yom Kippur.
Yeah, I said especially Yom Kippur, but
it's like a double. It's like if it's 3x compared to Tel Aviv, it's like 8x. You know. On Yom Kippur.
Daniel, when was the last time you asked someone for forgiveness?
Musik wird von Daniel PC abgespielt.
What did you ask?
When was the last time you asked someone for forgiveness on Yom Kippur?
Did you say asked?
Yeah, you always do this too. He also emphasizes it. The Yom Kippur is not about asking for, like, it's about you and God, no?
Well, there is a tradition of between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur.
Yeah, but it's before Yom Kippur. You don't do it on Yom Kippur.
No, I'm saying it can be before Rosh Hashanah or between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, but not on Yom Kippur itself.
Yeah.
So you ask forgiveness from someone you may have wronged.
Absolutely. But that day, Daniel's correct, and I guess we're all correct. Like, everybody's correct. It's
we're
between you and God. Yeah. For me, that's the scariest day of being a Jew.
He's a merciful God. You know, I think if you are honest and sincere, he wants to forgive us. You know, it's.
Well, it's not your income. What else is determined on Yom Kippur? Your income in Shemayim's determined, written down in the heavenly ledger. So if you want to increase your salary, all you got to do is ask.
I think as a Jew, as a human, we should always ask for forgiveness, right? Every day. It's just more prevalent that you have to be, you have to be reminded.
Yeah, you know, I think Modani is a good way to start the day.
Many people know how to do it because not many people have actually practiced it. But I've practiced it, and the secret is you have to put the person up on a humble yourself and say, I am sorry. This is a sincere apology. Will you forgive me? That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen.
What if they say, fuck you, John? I don't forgive you.
Was that, BB?
What if they say, fuck you, John? I don't want to forgive you.
Oh, that's okay. You can do it on Yom Kippur. Or you can do it right now, because every day's Yom Kippur.
What's your favorite meal for Yom Kippur?
Forgiveness, atonement, fasting.
Nice. So when I was young, Jewish Resistance in Mayadits, my cousin, his mom used to make us an apple. And she used to put, I think it's called frankincense. And you put it in all around the apple. And when you were walking to shul and you were having a hard time during your fast, you could smell it. And it kills your appetite. But the smell is so like, I don't know, for me it was like refreshing and peaceful. You remember that? Jewish Resistance?
It was anise. She used to put
anise. Okay, yeah. That's right.
To put those little anise spice things inside them all over, so we could smell them and not pass out from hunger.
Yeah. And you had something to hold. Like it was like, I don't know, it was neat. But then when other Jews at shul would see that you smell it, everybody wanted to smell it. Because it works.
We used to go down to Yorkville and buy, or we used to go downtown and buy snuff. That powder tobacco used to snort. All the old men used to do it. And we started doing it when we were kids because we thought it was cool.
Yeah.
Snort something.
Yeah. The Moroccans. Oh my God. All the old men, and they had the biggest noses. And they would do some snuff. Like they'd put it on the, like, and you know, by their thumb in between, like in that little like dimple in your hand. Do a little bit of snuff, and then they would sneeze like crazy, and tears would come. But I don't know, it's actually amazing.
It stops you from wanting to eat. That was the whole point of it. It gets rid of your hunger and it makes you think of something else. And it was also for smokers, so they could put a little something in, you know, in their system.
Yeah.
All the tricks. We used to keep cookies in our toilet bag.
As I got older, though, it's like it flies by. When I was a kid, every minute counted. It was like so long. I'm like, oh my God, when's it over? When's it over?
It's true. As you get older, it becomes nothing. Especially for me, because I'm at working the synagogues, right? So it just flies.
Yeah, how's your week, bro?
Yeah, good. I've been away a lot. I'm still away. But good. Uneventful, thank God. You know, which is what I want. But, yeah, a lot of running around, you know?
Yeah. Well, what's up, Nye?
Did you guys read about the laser became operational?
Space laser!
Well, it's not going to be in space, but...
Like next year.
Yeah,
they finished like a good test, another good test, and they kind of renamed it.
Really? Because the article I read said it was now declared operational.
Yeah, it will declared operational. Yeah, but it will become operational. Maybe it's like a play on word base. It is declared operational. It will become operational. I guess now deploying it and whatnot. The beginning of next year.
I read it was going to be in a plane first.
On a plane? Did you hear about the way that the missile in Qatar was made, like was launched?
Missile on Qatar. The one that got the house? I mean, the building where the Hamas guys were?
Yeah.
No, I think I know how it was, but tell me.
So the planes actually, when they took off, they didn't fly towards Yemen, but the other way around, and then it was a ballistic missile that was launched from the plane. So it didn't go over like territories that would risk them, like Saudi Arabia or whatever. So it was launched basically from...
I don't think you mean ballistic missile, but kind of similar to like a cruise type of missile, a glide bomb.
No, I think it was ballistic. Why not?
Ballistic are like ground to ground, or from land to land, not from plane.
From the air.
Yeah, there's. I think a wrong word, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Nye, how are you?
Air to ground missile.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So what's this thing about what happened the other day? Maybe, I don't know if you can answer. I think you can, but with the movie, some awards, and these people making a stand, and there's like 3,900 signatures. What was that about with Israel and stuff?
You talking about the Emmys?
Yeah.
You know, I didn't watch it, but I did see highlights, and I remember the highlights I mostly saw were actors saying, like Javier Bardem said he's not going to work with any production companies that support Israel or Israeli funded. It's one of those quotes. Either production companies that are Israeli funded or Jewish, backers, financial backers, or but so he's very pro-Palestine. And I saw other highlights of other attendees ranting on and on about pro-Palestine. And I remember thinking, how... Like, you just want to watch an award show. I don't care about these actors and their political views. Maybe somebody does. I don't know who. I guess maybe that's what the people want to see now, where their actors stand, their favorite actors. Maybe they want to tune in and see actors and musicians taking a political stand, whether it be, voicing if they lean more right, more left, if they're pro or against Israel. To me, I'm going to be honest, I was just thoroughly disgusted. I didn't watch the Emmys for a number of reasons. But the highlights that I saw of all these actors, like, yeah, pro-Palestine. Never mind their opinion. For me, it was like, man, can you just come out to the award show and just celebrate the arts? Do we have to make it a political stance on the red carpet? I was a little disgusted, to be honest with you.
Yeah, plus that winner, what was her name, Hannah Einbinder, made like a really strong public quote that she had to like separate herself from Israel or something to that effect. Or conscious. It's disgusting.
Honestly, I was a little surprised by the reactions, considering how many Jewish executives there are, Jewish producers there are, a lot of Jewish-owned production companies. And so I just thought it was kind of, first, and the number of Jewish actors there are in Hollywood. I was a little startled by the stance that folks were taking. It seemed to kind of contradict with the long-standing history of actors in Hollywood. They're typically, either they're pro-Israel or they just don't make public opinions about this. So it's very curious to see why they switched. Jaya, I would suggest you be quiet while I'm talking. And if you want to stay in this room, I have you blocked. So if you leave, you probably won't come back.
I moved him to the bottom, so.
Yeah, he came into a all-female room last night and streamed our room and then changed the headline to make it seem like we were, leaning one way when we weren't. It was very disrespectful, very creepy, and very abusive. So I'm blocking you across all channels, even though it doesn't matter. You'll just create new accounts. So I'd advise you to shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
Well, there's a problem with somebody that wants to run for a government position that doesn't respect people's privacy.
Yeah, it's really annoying. He came into an all-woman room last night, mostly black women, but not exclusive for black women. It was all women. Why you were in there, I don't know. And we kept telling you to leave. And we reported your YouTube channel. I don't think it'll make a difference. But I'm really tired of your bullshit. I'm really tired of you. You're so disrespectful and so weird and such a hypocrite. You got the nerve to come on people's stages and tell them that they're clown house and they have nothing better to do, and that you're so well read and you read all these books, but yet you spend all your time violating people's privacy and harassing people online.
And he's
So
got
shut the
60
fuck up. Sorry,
fucking
baby.
phones.
Wait, is he still in the room? Is he still in the room?
Nah, he's there under anonymous, but I hope he has the common decency to understand what Nye just said and respect people's right to privacy.
So now my homegirl's got to change her room to private because of John. She had never even heard of John. Now she's got to change her rooms to private, right? Limiting the amount of women that she can invite into her space to support and encourage women because of this creep and freak, John Kitover. Sorry, BB, for hijacking this.
Nah, not at all.
Mentioned that
Speak
he
your
had
mind.
interrupted me.
You know we love you
And
here.
to
Speak your
normal
mind.
point in the chat, yeah, it's a bunch of actors virtue signaling. Absolutely.
Yeah, I was about to say that. That's what I thought Kamala's, statement was about. She's the most interesting one because she grew up modern Orthodox too.
This mind disease is spreading very quick. It's going to be amazing, though, when people start not supporting these psychopaths. Like, you remember all those people, all those actors that said they were moving out of the United States if Donald Trump won?
Yeah, a couple did. I think there should be a law that if you say you're going to move, if so-and-so gets elected, if they get elected, you have to move. Like,
I agree.
It should be a requirement.
Yeah, Rosie left, and who left? Ellen.
Ellen and her wife.
Yeah.
What's the actress? I forgot her name.
Portia DeRoss? Yeah.
DeRossi or something.
Yeah.
Something like that. And a couple others did. England seems to be the destination of choice. How they get by the immigration...
Money.
That's probably the answer. People try to get into that country legally, and it's really hard.
Okay, this is Green Bean Fascists.
Yo, so I got a back channel message now from Scotty. He said that he's trying, and I asked him like 2 times, I'm like, you sure it's 9? He's like, yeah, man. But JB, is he trying to get you to open a room with both sides?
Well, no, when you say both sides, what do you mean? Well, he asked me a couple of days ago if I would host a room with him, and I said, sure. Right? I said, what day, what time? He said, it's up to you. I'm like, okay, what's the topic? It's up to you. And then, I think later that night or the next day, that's when JB went off with him in the room because of his PTR. And I was like, oh, fuck. What happened? So, I don't think I didn't know that JB felt some way. I don't know that JB felt some way about him until that day he came on the stage with his PTR and JB questioned him about his PTR. So I haven't spoken to JB about it, but I don't think JB is at this point willing. But yeah, I agreed to co-host a room with him before the JB debacle on the stage. And so that's where we are. We haven't said anything. We haven't scheduled anything. But now, I don't have an issue with Scotty. I have no problem with him. But now I'm second guessing it because I'm like, wait, if folks think that he's anti-Israel and I host a room with him, then they're going to think I'm anti-Israel too.
No, he's trying to get me, he wants me and you and him to do it. So, and I don't have a problem with him either. I think he's this, he does him, right? And yeah, it's funny because he's been bugging me about it. So then I'm like, I'll wait till I see her to ask her.
Well, if you want to do it, I don't mind, but it depends on the topic.
Yeah, like, no, it has to. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to get hijacked and we're put in the corner. That's the only thing I don't want.
Yeah, and if it's like and I say this respectfully, I try not to involve myself in conversations about the Jewish community, and a war, because I feel like that's a conversation that should be had with the Jewish community and hosted with them. I don't mind listening and learning, but I definitely don't want to lead a conversation. If you know, so it depends on the topic. If it's a Jewish Israeli, Israeli Hamas Palestinian, I'm probably not gonna want to do it because I don't have a lot to say
You
about
could call
that.
that intelligent of you, Nye.
Israel has
Oh
the right to defend
no,
itself.
got a little common
Like,
sense inside of you.
On the same time, I've said
Surprising.
that, and I've had Jews check me
Now
on
that
this.
we've recorded you being a racist.
Not a genocide. That I'm like, well, what
She
is a genocide?
hates the biracial
Genocide, and I don't want
complainers.
About what is a
Hates
genocide.
her biracial
like
countrymen.
To and learn.
You're a biracial woman, don't cross this one.
The Palestinians
She'll
starving, and I'm like,
destroy
well,
you.
seemingly, yeah. According to the UN, they are, but I got pushback on that, so yeah, I feel like the best position for me to take in these conversations is just to kind of be the spook who sat by the door and listen and learn.
Listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with what you said. There's people starving in the USA as of today.
Exactly.
There's people starving in Canada. There's people starving all over the world.
Really?
That's it. They're failing, but they want you to only say that there's only starving in one specific place, and then they want to open up a room. Well, Nye said,
exactly,
and that's where they black. It's both.
Dude, it's insane that the league.
May end up in somebody up in some corporate level making a decision that ends up, killing somebody else. What about them? Like, where does all of that end is the point. Like, the assassination of this guy is wrong, and also what the healthcare companies are doing are egregious in killing the American people. But that's the system that America has and set up, that our representatives have voted on and agreed to and have bought into, and all of us have as well, because we don't have, if we want to change it, the courage to elect people who want to change this system. So are all the representatives then responsible? So where does that end in all of this?
Oh, there is a lot of responsibility. Now, I wonder here, if shooting the CEO who puts the pace of the company, I wonder if that's a bit of a deterrent for other CEOs to have a foster a climate of saying, okay, yes, we are going to deny these people. Maybe they will think, this could really fuck up someone's family and they might come after me. Maybe I should look at this claim and maybe not screw them over.
So
they should make
Marshall, take a few minutes if you want. Go ahead.
I've heard the argument.
I was just going to say, you're putting a CEO doing their job. One of their key motivations should be, I might get assassinated if I make the wrong call in somebody's eyes. In what universe is making that fear-based decision okay? And like Scotty asked, where does that end? You acknowledge there's a lot of responsibility.
That you might be held accountable for predatory behavior on someone who is a policyholder, who has paid into their policy their whole life, but yet still does not receive the care that can save their life and so they die.
Predatory behavior in our system receives a prison sentence, not an assassination. What's at core here is, again, I'm with Steve. I don't want to exactly say you're excusing it, but it kind of sounds like what you're saying is, well, if they didn't deny so many claims, maybe people wouldn't be getting capped in the back. And I'm sorry, murder in all circumstances is wrong.
Hey, man, can I jump in here for a
executives
second?
who make
Hold
those
on,
decisions in prison would be absolutely fantastic, and I support that 100% over there.
So what I wanted to say is that the idea that someone who sits at a CEO level is actually making the decisions on whether to pay or deny a claim is absurd. It's just absurd. What is a problem is that we live in a society where we never want to talk about mental health because mental health is nothing that people want to talk about or address. And we have many individuals in our society that are teeter-tottering between a good day and a bad day. And when you see these incidents, to me, it should be like a clarion call that we need to start working to identify individuals in our collective society who might be capable of doing these things, because the truth is the average person walking down the street, whether or not their surgery got approved or denied, is not going to grab a gun and go shoot someone. That's just the truth of it. The average person is not running down into the New York City subway stabbing people because the train's late. But we have outliers in our society, and I think we as a society, we just need to do better to one, talk about mental health, because there are a lot of people are having a lot of problems, and we turn our backs on them as a society.
And Meg, I want to hear from you. Meg, I want to hear from you, but if you could just wait a few minutes, can you go on mute? Because it's something really important I have to do. Very important. It's so important. I've got to do it right now.
Pope and the Stars, and Michael Jackson had an issue with him, and he goes out in public and films himself antagonizing folks to get them riled up, and then he accuses them of being anti-Semitic, and I'm like, I don't know why members of the Jewish community doesn't.
Nah, he's a shit disturber, and that's why I don't even like to talk about him, because I don't want to make it relevant. Like he's a fucking. He is, in my opinion.
I don't hate him as much as other people do.
Advisor.
What's that? Resistance?
He used to be Michael Jackson's spiritual advisor.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
He was a professor at Oxford. He was a rabbi at Oxford for about 12 years. I've known the guy for like 30 years. He's a real heavy narcissist. He like screams at his family when he's trying to film and they speak, or if like some 3-year-old's in the background talking, he'll repeat himself 25 times to warn them that he's filming. He's a really, really strange character. He's going after Lizzie Savetsky because he claims that he was almost murdered at the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami.
That's right.
Yes.
He was threatened there. The guy did threaten him. He said, but the guy said, I'm going to fuck your shit up, is all he said. I'll fuck your shit up. So then he like sensationalized the whole thing by saying, you know, and because I do security, so he contacted me for security, and I said, no, I'm sorry, I'm too busy, because I would never attach my name to his. But he was like, I was almost murdered. I said, okay, so send me, you know, whatever you have, and I'll look at it, and, you know, I'll let you know when I can get there. And he sent it to me, and I said, like, is this the whole thing? He said, yeah, that's everything. That's the whole proof right there. I said, but the guy, you know, obviously he was being aggressive with you. He was way too close to you, in, you know, proximity-wise, but all he said was, I'm going to fuck your shit up. You know, he didn't say, I'm going to murder you, you try to stab you in the eye. Like, he didn't even threaten that he's going to kill you. I'm going to fuck your shit up. Doesn't mean I'm going to kill you. And so Lizzie, he started this whole, like, lawsuit against the Fontainebleau Hotel, who the owners are Jewish billionaires.
Rabbi Botea?
Shmuley, yeah.
Right.
And so then I guess the owners of the Fontainebleau or Lizzie, they probably have a relationship or whatever, and they asked her to come and, like, you know, try and help them with some better PR, because Shmuley was being really loud about it. Like, Jews shouldn't go to the Fontainebleau, you're not safe there, and blah, blah, blah. So Lizzie flew out, and she went to the pool, and she started interviewing people, and she's like, are you Jewish? They're like, yeah. Do you feel safe here? Yes, I do. Have you ever felt, you know, in danger here? No, I haven't. So then, you know, he started going after her really hard. And then he took one of Lizzie's posts where she said, you know, all she said was something about Rabbi Kahana, like that Rabbi Kahana said one thing that she agreed with. You know, it's like, okay, you don't have to agree with a million things a person says. If you agree with one thing, that doesn't mean you're like a supporter. It just means you agree with one thing he said. So then he took that as an opportunity to go after her, saying that she's a Kahanist, that she's this, she's that. Meanwhile, I have videos of him with me at a rally that was basically the Jewish Defense League, because I used to do security in the Jewish Defense League. But he used to attend rallies with us, and so I messaged him and I'm like, listen, it might be a good idea to shut the fuck up because I'm about to send her these videos. And he's like, okay, I understand. And he hasn't said a word about her since. But the guy's just like a mega narcissist, crazy maniac. He does more. If you look at any of his posts, look at the comments.
Yeah,
there's not one person that supports him. Every single person.
I like him more than you do. I just feel like I've heard you say a lot, and now I want to interrupt and just say, I actually like Shmuley Boteach. He's not perfect. I don't stand by everything he does, but I do think he's a righteous man. And yeah, he may have made some mistakes. His heart's in the right place. He's done a lot of good stuff, and that's that. I can't let you say more about him right now.
I respect that. That's your right.
So then let's move on. If we have nothing nice to say, let's move on. We've said enough.
Well,
okay.
Listen.
He's done a lot of good things.
Between you and I is, I fucking know him and you don't. That's a difference.
Well, there's a lot of differences between
you look
us.
At posts. I look at the person. So if you want to talk, no issue. I respect it. But talk.
If you want to keep talking shit about him, I'm going to ask you to stop. Okay? You said a lot. You said a lot.
I don't care what you ask.
Hey, Randy?
You've said a lot. You're repeating yourself, and you haven't added anything new. I'm not going to start attacking you yet, but you've said a lot.
You can attack me.
Hey, Randy?
Yes?
You're not going to like this, but I agree with him. I don't think he's a good look for us. I think he's not a good look for rabbis. I think he could get his message across in a different way. And I just think it does us a disservice to be that aggressive in people's faces. I don't know him. I'm just observing his posts and his videos and stuff, and that's my take. I'll leave it at that.
Right. Guess what? He's stressed out like a lot of other people. October 7th in the last 2 years has stressed out a lot of people, including him. I think he's only human. I have no beef with him at all.
Okay.
Aleph, what's up, bro?
Who were we talking about?
Rabbi Shmuley.
Oh, he's sorry, I won't say that. He's a disgusting character. Sorry, and he's always been like that. I just think he has done so much damage and drawn so much attention to himself because he's a narcissist and he loves the attention. Also, the whole story with the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami, it was really disgusting what he did, especially with Lizzie Savetsky. It was absolutely vile. And he's not done himself any favours whatsoever. And also, I shook the guy's hand about 4 years ago at an event, and he shook my hand like a wet fish. And my late father always told me, when anyone shakes your hand like that, never trust them.
Absolutely. Like a limp handshake?
Yeah, an extremely limp handshake.
Kiss the Navy goodbye.
And he was also busy chasing all the celebrities around the room as well.
Put dramatic cuts.
Listen,
hey Greg, how
he
come
walks
US
his
officials
talk,
make cuts
as
to
you
the US
know.
Navy?
He has multiple children in the IDF. He's not perfect.
But listen, Randy, there's nothing wrong with calling him out. It's like saying that we shouldn't call out Buttercup.
No, it's a lot different. All right, I said what I said. He's not an enemy. He's just somebody, he's not an enemy of the Jewish people.
Yeah, but here's the issue.
Of course he's not.
The issue is he makes us look bad. I don't think he's a net positive for the Jewish people.
Yeah, he doesn't help. He doesn't help. Yeah. He actually hinders more than help.
When you're in Vienna and you're sitting in a crowd and you're inciting people so that you can get a video out of it, that's not helping the cause. That's got nothing to do with helping the cause. You want to help the cause? No issue. Help it. If someone accosts you and you want to video it, I understand. But don't incite it so that you can get it on video. Oh, he touched me. Where's the police? Let's get him arrested. That's what he does. And that's a fact. That's not my word. That's a fact.
So this is what he did in the Fontainebleau Hotel as well. There was a whole story behind the story that he posted as well, and it wasn't good.
Right, exactly.
Wait, I can't tell who was that who was just speaking who said don't incite, because two people.
That's Jewish resistance, and
okay, got it. Okay, I think I gave a thumbs up.
you did. It's okay, but okay, Yaakov will take it.
I did say something. I thought maybe it was a delayed reaction because I said something very similar to Olive.
I love you guys, man. It's funny.
We're funny people.
Yeah, funny. It's okay. It's okay, but yeah.
Surprise from the dark humor because things have been dark.
I want to enter a primatology class in schools, and I want to be a teacher of that class at a school. Or just write curriculum. I don't need to teach.
Baby, did you see that the fighter jets were scrambled over Canada on Monday from 3 flights coming in from Germany, landing in Calgary with bomb threats? NORAD scrambled a bunch of fighter jets.
No, I just sent you something though. Can you look at that on WhatsApp? Let me know if you know that first.
Canada's CF-18s are very interesting. Jewish.
Yeah, for sure they are.
You know what's interesting? In the bottom, they have a painting of the canopy. So it looks, you can't tell, like, if you're looking at the bottom of the top in a dogfight. Not that they dogfight much.
Down. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very interesting.
Well, the shame is that there aren't that many in Canada.
No, there's like 18 or something like that.
There's like 4 of them.
Yeah, no, I think there's a little bit more.
There's 70.
But yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
There was 18.
Well, that's why Canada relies so heavily on the U.S. for protection.
Good to have a big brother.
It's very good to have a big brother. They should treat him better, if you ask my opinion.
Yeah.
Damn, I just got a post from NBC. Disney has pulled Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely after the host's comments about Charlie Kirk. Now I gotta go see what he said about Charlie Kirk. This is crazy.
Yeah, what did he say?
I'm about to go Google it right now to find out.
Maxi.
Who?
Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, during his opening monologue for Monday night's show, had suggested that Tyler Robinson, the man accused of fatal shooting Kimmel last week in Utah, was aligned with President Donald Trump's MAGA, Make America Great Again. Here's the quote. The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving, he added. Well,
Well, looks like a lot of people are having their fuck around and find out moment in wake of Charlie Kirk's death.
well they think free speech exists in the workplace, which it doesn't.
Yeah, right?
Yes, my baby.
How many people are on that list? There's like 20,000.
What list?
You got some, the list of people who like, you know, said things about Charlie Kirk. Or like, you know, defended what happened. I think it was like 20,000 a few days ago.
Wait, there's a list? Is somebody keeping a tally of folks who are saying disparaging things about Charlie?
Yeah, it's like a public list. It's like the longest list of its kind.
Wow. Yep, Normal. I just saw your comment. I went to Google it. Judges ordered him to Syria. Man, these people are insane. Everybody's having their fuck around and find out moment. Oh well. See you later. See you later, Mom.
Did anyone see that Jimmy Kimmel's show was canceled because of some disparaging remarks he apparently made about Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, we were just talking about that while you were on the phone.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Good timing.
I just saw that. That's wild. Yeah, good for them. Good for doing it.
Yeah. Nor my dad used to say every decision has a consequence.
Absolutely. Shouldn't disparage people, especially those that are not here anymore. Well, specifically those that are not here anymore.
Well, to be honest, he was disparaging Trump and his allies. He wasn't disparaging Kirk. My read of his quote. Here, he said. The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. So, he was really trying to get political points from it, not disparaging the guy who was shot.
Yeah, true.
That's my read of it.
Yeah, I see that for sure.
I'm post, in case anybody wants to see him actually say it, I just posted a short clip from Twitter of Jimmy's remarks.
Thanks, Nye.
The FCC chair said it was truly sick, and it said they have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with an obligation to operate in the public interest. Ouch. That carried a lot of weight with ABC. Out of the FCC, he was really on their case. This is a very, very serious issue right now for Disney. We can do this easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there is going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. Ouch.
Thank you, George.
Well, Megan, no pics.
No problem at all.
Daniel, are you still in this room? Sir, I wish it wasn't so. Jewish, El Norma, Yaakov, I have to leave, and you guys are on the phone. Yaakov, do you want to hold up the fort?
Did BB leave already?
Yep.
Yeah. Gotta get Harry up here.
Is Harry there? Oh, okay. Why do you want Harry up there?
He's the best. He's so funny.
He's been given the invite, but I'm not seeing anything. Not saying yes.
Yalla, Harry.
It's not coming up.
Yaakov, it's on you.
I'm not hearing anything.
I think everybody's called it a day or something.
I think so too. Well, I have to go, so let's see what happens. You guys have a really good night.
You as well.
Some people just can't let it go. Some people, they're real slow. Some people just can't let it go.
In time we find the commandments of Yama and Niyama mentioned, though we must never forget that the conditions of success vary for every individual. And the cruelly might advise one people to drink more
Unless there's a declared war, unless there is like unless you are actually defending life, and meaning not to say that you can blow up an abortion clinic or something like that, to defend a person that can actually conscious life. I think that there are those exceptions, of course. But what I was going to ask you, Marshall, because you have the historical background, could you make an argument that right now that the Trump administration is behaving more like a revolutionary group that has assumed power but hasn't yet decided to exercise and hasn't established that it believes in the principles of the government that it is now running or managing?
No. I think an argument you could make is that its comparative upheaval that kind of class disparity, the race disparity, some of that stuff in major metropolitans is exacerbated because cities tend to have that trouble. It's not like cities are bad or anything. It's just like cities tend to have a lot more of that ardent class struggle because people are in such close settings. I think the piece
Okay, Ludwig, this has been an episode
not exactly sure
of Green Bean
how
Fascists in the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. This is your good friend Jaya.
Randomly, it
Take care.
appears.
Hope you have a good evening.
I think that's an astute observation of governments that don't exactly know what they want to do. I don't know that I would call it French Revolutionary. The way it comes across in my head is extreme upheaval of the status quo. Right? Like the Republicans, for example, want to get rid of mass bureaucracy. That's been something that's a 100-year-old belief in the Republican Party.
Bipartisan.
But it would, bipartisan. Anyway, it would upend the system in the way it currently functions, right? So in that sense, yes, it could be revolutionary because it's completely trying to upend the established order and remake it. Now, I think the question, and this depends upon the person and their knowledge of history, and thus the examples they can think of. I don't know if that is always bad. It can be when the worst angels of our nature are emphasized over the best, then we end up having a problem. I'll give an example in my head. The president.
Marshall, I apologize. I think you might be a little bit in the matrix. I know sometimes you go in and out. So I apologize for asking a more, I guess, complex question, and maybe it's something we can revisit another time.
Can you hear me any better?
Corey and Finley, speak. You're on the stage. You're just shitting on me and Victoria. Chat, go ahead and talk.
What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the delusions that you were spewing, or what?
Hey,
Where do we
we're
want to go?
not doing that. No, we're not doing that. That's not happening in Steve's room.
Okay.
Like I said in the chat, I asked her to go. Like I said in the chat,
Thank you, Marshall.
You're not behaving. It's not that difficult. Don't attack the ladies. Talk about their points. Don't say they're fascist. Corey, just listen. Don't say they're fascist. Don't attribute motives to them they don't have. I may disagree with Dark Victoria all the time, but she does not deserve to get crapped on from you, and neither is Jane. And you know what you're doing is inflammatory when you do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't say the things you're saying. You need to manage it in a much more persuasive and respectful manner. That is the tenor and tone of Uncle Steve's room. We do not get into the gutter.
We literally had somebody say that somebody didn't have the right to speak somewhere. When you start to do that, that's an ideology.
Corey, the proper response to that accusation is that in a public venue, you have the right to speak. Thank you, whoever moved him. I appreciate that.
That was me.
Yeah, we're just not having that conversation on the stage.
Thank you. Yes, really appreciate that. Also, the whole idea of where do you have the right to speak, etc. Obviously, in work settings, it's different than in the public square. And in the public square, it can still affect your work setting. So just be careful, everyone.
Thanks, Marshall.
Hey, Jane, I think you wanted to say something, and we got tired in that morass. What were you going to say?
Actually, nothing. I was just responding to the... Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tara.
Jane, why did you say thank you to Marshall?
Because he showed a modicum of pleasantness to me that I appreciated.
The modicum of niceness was what?
Telling that guy... What's his name again? Yeah.
I'm just going to take
Already
a point
forgettable.
I'm just going to take a point of moderation. We're talking about the subject, not about the moderators. If you'd like to
No.
pick about the subject, I'm happy to have you.
I do want to
Probably
talk about
my
the subject.
whiteness, my white woman.
No,
Yeah,
I just,
something like that.
it was just like.
I felt appreciative that one Republican would say one pleasant thing that was moral. That's
like, but like, would he say it when you're not here?
No, I don't think so.
Yes, he
Unfortunately.
would. I think he would. And Marshall.
Yes, of course I would.
Marshall
He's a
is
friend of mine.
Marshall's a very pleasant person, and there are a lot of
Would you
very
say it
nice.
for us? Would you say it for us, Dismal, when we're not around?
Yes.
Yes, I defend her when she's not around.
We're getting off track.
Getting off track. This is not.
No,
hold on.
I'm just
But
curious.
I think
Not a
it's. I think
discussion
the whole
about
othering, the whole othering
I'm
conversation is
just-
for another room.
But I haven't been able to like finish my thought here.
Because your thought's about me, and we're not talking
Oh,
about
she's
me.
asking me something. I appreciate this.
It was going to be a longer conversation, but everyone feels like they're hit as soon as we like start having a conversation. As you've noticed, a lot of your stages don't have a lot of people that from diverse backgrounds. I wonder why that is. I wonder why you're not able to be in spaces where people from other communities are having conversations about this, where they're talking about what the issues are around this.
What's the point do you not get we're not talking about me? I don't understand why this has to be a referendum on me instead of the actual subject.
Why are you feeling
You're
hit?
not actually
Why are you
Because you were talking about me.
I feel like this is
Why
a diversion
saying
though from the topic of the space and like it was this is literally meant to be about.
Is the topic not about the critical thinking after party? Like I thought we were talking about Uncle Steve's space.
No,
I think
we
we
were
were
actually
talking about
having a conversation about subjects relating from the death penalty to health insurance
And
to whether or not
those
people
things
should
are not
be
related to
killed
like
or whatever. We weren't talking about moderators. We weren't getting into the personal shit. That's what we were talking about.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you people talk about the things that you would like to talk about because clearly you do not want to have a conversation.
That's correct. Okay, goodbye.
I just want to say,
I don't think that's
24 hours ago, and the room is still here. Not sure if this will change the topic, but congratulations.
I couldn't hear most of what you said. It sounds like you're actually
Tucker,
in the
you
plane
were-
that's taking that
You
photo
were having
right
a hard
now.
time with the mic.
No, I'm walking. Shout out to living in a city of public transportation.
I just want to say something because I think she's still down in the audience. Tara, like, it seems, and I could be wrong, but it seems when you want to talk, you want to gripe about something. And it doesn't feel like you actually want to have a conversation. You just want to, it seems, I'm not accusing you of anything. It seems like you're not an honest interlocutor. Like, it's more like you want to come in, gripe about something, and just cast aspersions. And I think, like anybody up here, it's tough enough to stand on their own, but it doesn't actually seem like you actually want to talk about anything, as opposed to talking about someone.
I know Taro actually has quite a few like really interesting perspectives to offer. I don't follow people like willy-nilly, especially on my new profile, and I think sometimes it's really easy on Clubhouse to go into a conversation about the setting of the space rather than the topic, and so I really think that you guys do a great job of trying to moderate, but sometimes, and perhaps it was like my own fault, I did ask a question that led Marshall down like a little bit of a history lesson or history rabbit hole, and maybe that was for another space as well. So I did get off topic as well. So my apologies.
So, what is the topic?
to say, the great Jane Rosenzweig is down there. So while we have a moment, if you haven't heard Jane's podcasting host debut, Jane interviewed me for my 300th episode of one of my interview show. I was the guest for Jane, and Jane did a great job. So not to make it about the mods, but I will make it about the mods. So I'll put the link in the chat. Great job by the great Jane Rosenzweig. I call her one of the great ones. So she's amazing, and I'll put the link in the chat. And great to see everybody. I'm walking through the streets of West Philadelphia, and appreciate everybody being here for the Critical Thinking After Party.
Scotty, you're in a big city. Like, I haven't been to Philly in 5 years. Like, what's the homeless situation like?
There are, it's present. I mean, it's not the worst I've ever seen it. I've lived here on and off for a really long time, and it's real, right? I mean, but it's not, same thing like with the crime situation. It's not, like, Philadelphia is not awful. I mean, it's just not. I mean, I've seen it in safer periods, but it's far safer than it was, say, decades ago. I mean, it's not. I walk around. I live in neighborhoods that are not, bushy, posh neighborhoods. I mean, they're, I walk around. I mean, I feel pretty safe here. I mean, I think our mayor is she's done some things like around addiction stuff, like the homeless addiction community. I don't love, like, around needles and stuff, like not like getting rid of clean needles and stuff. But all in all, I mean, our mayor's not, she's not the worst we've had. I mean, she's doing a decent job. So I like my city. I think my city's, on the upswing. So it's no New York, Daryl. But really, Daryl, what is New York? What is New York? Nothing. There's no city compares to New York City. I mean, it's the capital of the world.
Yeah, capital of everything, unfortunately, sometimes, right?
Well, just gonna say I love both those cities, you guys, so you don't have to convince me. Absolutely love them. Lived in Philadelphia for 4 years in graduate school. Love that city. And New York, I mean, it's in my back pocket. But I do want to thank Marshall for trying to return. I am late to this party, but for trying to return the conversation to the topic and not let a drama take over, because there's so much happening in this great country of ours. And I wanted to know, has anybody heard that CNN reported that Jimmy Kimmel is being taken off the air? I think that's
he's next. He's next indefinitely for some comments he made. Yeah, he's out.
That's just incredible. It is incredible. I'm flabbergasted.
What were the comments that he made?
It was something about Kirk Scott. So he got dropped by one of, like, the biggest affiliate stations, right? So it's like 2, 4, and 7, channel 2, 4, 7, and 11. And I learned this from NBC, but, like, they tend to work on affiliates who carry, like, broadcasting. So that's why, there might be a show that airs on channel 4 here in New York, but it might air on channel 7 through syndication in Philadelphia. And apparently this affiliate owner didn't like, I don't even know what Jimmy said, but didn't like something that Jimmy said and dropped him. And so that would be a big financial burden for, Disney, ABC to cover, to continue to put the show out if there's no actual ad revenue coming in via, like, commercials. I said the same thing when they canceled Colbert. That show, according to some estimates, was losing $40 million a year, and was only averaging like maybe 2.5, 3 million viewers a night. And big productions are really expensive to carry, and you need a lot of ad revenue. You need to be selling 30-second commercials for $30,000, and nobody is.
I understand all that, but why? I asked the question. What did he say?
Don't know.
Did he not grieve enough for them? Because I don't trust in what they're saying that he said rose to the level of a cancellation.
The quote's in the chat. I didn't find it particularly egregious myself, but the guy who owns Nexstar does. So
this is what's interesting to me.
It's objectively not egregious.
What's so interesting to me is some of my conservative friends, some of my best friends are conservatives, that feel like that they are so pressed. I've been talking and texting with people around some of these issues over the past couple of days, and they act like they're so marginalized. I'm like, you're taking down media personalities. Like this is what I mean. You have cultural power. You know what I mean? Like, they act like they don't have cultural power. They've got massive cultural power. They've taken down Colbert now. They've taken down Jimmy Kimmel now, right? Like, I mean, it's just interesting because there's this sort of conservative narrative oppression story, and it's like you've got all branches of government, and people are so afraid that they're canceling major programming. How are you not in the driver's?
Yeah, I think.
No, Marshall, go ahead.
Sorry, Len, I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
No, I just want to, to talk about these cancellations, because this scares me. This really, really frightens me, because we're moving in a direction that has nothing to do with American democracy as I know it. I mean, did the Democrats ever cancel political satire? Where, I mean, we all take for granted, some jokes might be way off color, but we take for granted that political satire is allowed and can be heard with several grains of salt, right?
Now, the last big Democrat censored person I can think of, and I could be wrong, but is Tipper Gore. Right? Tipper Gore was when she was second lady. I mean, her sort of stuff was rap lyrics and and she was big explicit lyrics labels that went on to Walmart and stuff like that. So that's the last Democrat I can remember that was sort of in the forefront of a censorship movement.
I'll tell you one of the things I find odd about the remembering of Kirk as it's going on is the attempt to semi-deify him as some sort of a saint. I don't mean that literally, I mean that more figuratively. The kind of idolatrous behavior that is going on with his memory is, I'm sure, by all metrics, he was some sort of a devout Christian. I don't know which denomination he was, but he believed heavily in God. The man who believed heavily in God, I highly doubt would want himself to be made into an idol. It just seems yucky. I'll also comment on the thing where conservatives feel oppressed. Conservatives feel oppressed. I live in an area that still has governance of Democrats in Texas, and it's had it for over 100 years. I don't feel oppressed in the Rio Grande Valley. I think it is weird to, in the wake of this stuff, get one's feelings hurt. People are allowed to think Charlie Kirk is a terrible person, while also thinking he didn't deserve to get shot down like a dog in the street. those two beliefs can be in one's head at the same time. And I think we do ourselves a real disservice on the right-hand side of the aisle when we, for lack of a better description, for snowflakery reasons, become very sensitive to the way this stuff is portrayed. I can understand one's personal life being offended by it. I understand not liking it on Clubhouse because it's distasteful, but this kind of like, oh, we have such a big offense to carry. Like, that doesn't work for me. Now, I don't support, well, he said nasty, terrible things, and so therefore he should have known what he was going to say, and he got what was coming to him. I don't think that stuff's appropriate. But I do think it's totally appropriate to say, I'm a big fan of the dude. I don't like him, or as Jane has said properly, that he punched down. And Jane still believes, I know she does, that political violence is bad no matter who it happens to. Right? Like, I don't understand the conservative head, on the conservative side, why we can't both of the pieces in our head at the same time.
Because it gives you the
can anyone hear me? I guess not.
Because, hold on, Tucker, 1 second. But, this is selective because, again, I've been, blowing this horn. We're not talking about Epstein. And it's like for the first time in maybe 6 months that Epstein isn't carrying the daily news or the daily headline. And I think that whoever doesn't want Epstein talked about is going to ride this wave until people just move on, because people tend to move on.
So I have kind of it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander take on the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing, at least as an initial reaction. I always kind of felt like broad strokes conservative reaction to, cancel culture was, a bunch of pearl clutching, essentially, because the way I saw it and the way I experienced it was people were like, well, no, I'm not going to consume. I'm going to consume in ways that make sure that money doesn't go to actors, producers, writers, comedians, so on and so forth, who I disagree with, right? And leveraging economic power to have views expressed. And that included supporting platforms that wanted to take people off of them because platforms are allowed to do that. And I don't think that Nexstar is in the right here. I don't think that ABC is in the right here. But ultimately, Jimmy Kimmel has a lot of name recognition, a lot of ways to get his message out still. And so I would just, censorship is bad. There's lots of real concerning things that are going on squarely in the censorship realm. But I don't know. And there are good, valid criticisms of market consolidation in network TV specifically that has been guided politically, let's say. But again, I don't think, people acting on their, on their sincerely held beliefs in the marketplace is the censorship critique that I want to adopt.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's all just very confusing. I mean, no one wants political assassinations to happen in this country because we all live here, and it doesn't really matter which side of the political spectrum you're on. That's evidence of a society that's really collapsing and hurting. So, and a democracy that's in trouble. That's one thing. The other thing is that when we start to witness censorship, whether you are going to lose your job because you didn't agree with what Kirk said, that doesn't mean that you don't mourn for a political assassination. I mean, most people are logical. We don't celebrate assassinations, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be following the law. And this is a particular extreme example. Not that any murder is okay, every murder horrendous, but this was really extreme. But to lose your job because you said publicly or on social media that you didn't agree with him, these things, we're going down a very slippery slope of censorship and a turn towards authoritarianism, and that is something that I really worry about.
What's going on with this space where it just ends up being like a bunch of people, like it's like one of the dregs of this app right now, where people come in and just continue to attack other people, and all these like rabid people on the right keep doing it, and I don't understand what's going on. It's not the space I walked into earlier where we're having a good conversation.
I started checking out the chat and deleting a couple of comments where there were some personal attacks. Like, I just think it's everybody wants you to be mad about what they're mad about, and if you don't, you're somehow a failure because you won't pick up their cross to bear.
Hey Chuck, if you got some stuff to say in the chat and you're on stage, you should be willing to say it on stage and not in the chat. Otherwise, I fail to understand why you're up here. If you're just gonna sit here and be a chat warrior.
His record is interesting. Despite good reports from his COs, he was repeatedly transferred.
Administration communications. Yeah, quite well with it.
No, it's nothing like that. Jen's parents were both technologists. It's a long time.
Hey JCC, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I just got done working for a little bit and thought I'd come back. How'd this room go?
It was good.
It was good.
I'm with Scott. It was good.
This is a bit of a non sequitur, but since things are winding down, I started reading Spirit of the Law, by Montesquieu, which was published in 1790. So it's one of the kind of classic texts that the founders would have read when they were thinking about how to frame the Constitution. And one of the things he talks about, kind of ad nauseum actually, is the concept of virtue, and he defines it in ways that I think are interesting if you understand American history. For example, he talks about the value of citizenship, and he talks about preferencing community over wealth accumulation. And I think it's reflected directly in the Constitution, because he says bribes are anathema in a republic, which is literally explicitly incorporated into the Constitution. And the founders in their writings talked about virtue in much the same way that Montesquieu did. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just passed a part where he says very explicit, a republic is in decadence when magistrates preference making money off of their position because it shows that the morals and the virtue of the republic system have been corrupted. So it's just very telling. And I think just one aspect of U.S. history that I think has been lost on many people is before kind of the Industrial Revolution, at like the 1870s, 80s, Americans as a people generally their concept of a good life was not getting super wealthy. It was like having a homestead, and what they referred to as a competence, which put you among your peers, right? It allowed you to be among your peers. It didn't separate you because you were so wealthy that you couldn't understand what other people were going through. So, just wanted to share those thoughts.
Thank you, Chipper. That was interesting.
Marshall, or anyone who has a current depth of knowledge about white nationalists. Marshall, do you? I mean, are we splitting hairs here? Groyper, Proud Boy, KKK. Sorry, MAGA. What do we have to prove? These are bad people. They're anti-American values. Is that safe to say? Does anyone want to argue? And I'm not saying American values, by the way, are executed purely, but why is there such defense of these radical, maniacal, homicidal, evil groups? What's up with that, Marshall? I mean, I'm asking you an honest question, politically. Chuck Finley, read the Constitution. Come on, mods.
Well, I agree with you, Jane. I have nothing to say to the contrary. I mean, I think it is scary when we have Christian nationalists, white supremacists, groypers, doing what they do and, convincing people to that ideology is dangerous, I think.
I mean, Gina, you're saying like there's not a point in parsing out the differences between the stuff that it's a wasted breath even.
It's a big umbrella.
Paint them all with one brush. They're all fucking assholes. They don't deserve a microphone, and we should dismiss them all definitively and unceremoniously.
You know what? I might not. Yeah, although I don't agree with the way the First Amendment is managed in this country, as you know. Do I think they all have to be painted with the same brush or shut down? No, because of, the commitment to the Constitution. But, Scott, should our dominant, currently in charge political party be putting their affiliation with these groups? That's what I have a problem with. Why would our president, I'm asking it facetiously, why would the American government be taking a positive standing with these people? Groyper, Proud Boy, yeah, whatever, Scott. I guess you're right. I'm lumping them in.
Is it because they're mainly Christian? And Christians are the high populace of the country and viewed with, high regard, kind of, sort of?
Yeah, maybe.
No, I think that's a different question. I mean, I think the question, if you're asking, why does the Republican establishment, right, why is it seemingly overprotective of people that seem out of the mainstream?
Anti-American, yes.
Yeah, anti-American, out of the mainstream, tribal, extremists, Nazi, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever you want to say. Yeah. Choose your poison. I think, so this is just anecdotally, but I think that when people say, when people start to say, well, these people, Charlie Kirk's a white nationalist, I think that their base, while maybe not white nationalists, right, or at least part of the base. I mean, I'm talking about some friends I'm in pretty active dialogue with right now, in a very interesting, very intense, a little frustrating at times. They are inherently defensive, right? And I think that's there's just this sort of circle the wagons, right? That you can't give an inch. That this is, Jesse Waters gave an interesting editorial on his show. I say interesting. Interesting is a clinical neutral. Interesting is a clinical neutral term.
Let me guess. Did he talk about white replacement theory?
Well, no, he talked.
Any of them would talk about that, Scott. They're all
these people have declared war on us, and he went on a litany of all these provocations, and the left has declared war, and so there's the siege mentality. So there's this sense that compromises the language of the devil, right? That if you give an inch, that you're equivocating. Right, and that so you get this. So you have these folks who want a full-throated defense, right? And so you wind up, I think, unable to talk with some complexity and say, yeah, no, I mean, we condemn this, and because that stuff is seen as weak, right? It's seen as kowtowing. It's seen as, I think I think it's pathetic on one level, but then you think how many times though, and I'll just say, this isn't a defense of it, but it's maybe intellectual empathy. How many times are you in rooms or conversations with people on the left where it's like, don't cow down to these people, don't compromise to these people, don't, and I've painted with a broad brush and probably been pretty unnuanced, especially when it gets heated, and especially when I feel defensive and when I feel like there's things that matter to me that are at stake, and I feel under siege. So but I think that's part of it. I think there's this sense that condemnation of some of the uglier sides will be perceived as weakness on the part of the base, even if the base doesn't find all of it praiseworthy. It's sort of like they're assholes, but there are assholes. There are assholes. And so, go after their assholes, not our. But I take full ownership of the fact that that's impressionistic and anecdotal. So what is that worth? Very low. Although what I will say is not anecdotal, because my friends, I was just in this group thread. I was pointing to just all these studies about sources of violence, right? Political violence, and it's not nuanced. It's not ambiguous, right? I mean, if you look over the past the past few decades, it's overwhelmingly on the right. No. There are instances on the left. I'm not saying there are none, but it's not equivalent, not even close. And so my friends basically dismissed all my sources. So it was interesting. Today I found somebody posted a source from the Cato Institute, which is, I don't know how you get more right wing than the Cato.
Their own shit. They're rejecting their own shit.
So I'm going to post that tonight. That will be, of course, denied. Somebody said to me when I was pointing out the studies, don't believe the data. I said, what if I just go by the data? Don't go by the data. Go by your eyes. That's right. Okay. I mean, well, my eyes tell me a lot of stuff too, but I feel like there's this sense in which we could try to have a more objectively anchored conversation. But this is. I thought the left. I thought we were the subjective emotionalists, but. That's less and less the case. I am totally true. Tara wanted to come up. Tara, I do not. I tried to put it. You disappeared. Oh, there you go. Sorry. Here, I'll bring you up now. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Tara.
Hey. I think that's what's frustrating, right? Like, people are not having objective conversations around these topics because they have no objective kind of like grounding to political theory work. And so it's kind of hilarious listening to people talk about things that they don't really want to be grounded in. Like, they just have built up a delusion and they are far gone in their delusion at this point that they don't want to address the obvious issues. And that makes them feel very uncomfortable. Like, it's important to understand the difference between Klansmen and Groypers, and because this morphology is very much harming people today, right? We talked, like, you know, about the two black men that were lynched in Mississippi, right? Like, currently it's being ruled suicides. Who knows if they'll even ever, like, political violence is not new. Political violence happens every fucking day. When did you think it was not happening? Were you confused? Oh, you just got political because your guy got affected. Oh, who was your guy then? Let's look into that. Let's try to understand who your guy is. That you're only concerned that this guy died from political violence, and not the fact that on Fox News an anchor said to go ahead and kill the homeless. Well, who are the homeless? Who are the homeless? 65% of the people that are homeless in the U.S. are foster children. Children who have been failed by your society. You want to kill them. That is what is being peddled on your TVs. And you are okay with that because everyone should have the freedom of speech. Everyone should be allowed to kill anybody they like. And it's okay. But don't do it to us. The absurdity is like laughable in these rooms because people don't want to be real about anything. They think it's a fucking joke. And that's the reality. Scott?
It is Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, I do think people do come here. You're right. I mean, I do think this isn't the Oxford debating session.
They out here for jokes. They out here for jokes.
Yes.
They're trying to get one off, right? They think everything's a fucking joke. Until, oh no, now there's political violence. Today, all of a sudden, not when Native children are being detached from their families. When that ICWA hearing went down, how many thousands of Native children are going to be dead because of that decision? Those are not political deaths. Because Native people are free to kill. Kill them as much as you want. We commit genocide in North America, and it is okay. That is what these people want to talk about. It's only political when Charlie Kirk dies. That's when it becomes political.
Hold on a second.
Right, Lena, girlfriend.
No,
we heard you. We heard you. No drama, girl. No drama, girl. Don't get in the drama, girl.
Hold on.
Other people talk.
Don't. Why are you gonna be a drama?
I'm not.
Don't be a drama queen. Don't be a drama queen.
Hold on, King, for a second. Hold on, King, for a second. Like, excuse me, Taro. Like, this is not like one of those rooms. You know,
she's the one that said that I was being drama. Daryl, did you actually stop her?
Yeah, that's fine. But let her say
what you want. Respectability politics on her.
Wait.
Did you start getting respectable? Did you get her to get real respectable with you?
Hang on. Just wait. We want each of you to talk. Let's not over-talk each other. That's all that we're trying to say.
JCC, was something going on before you came into the room, maybe?
All I'm seeing is someone wanting to chime in a little bit.
You might just want to let the moderators that were in the room at the time deal with the problem.
The problem I'm seeing is you're over-talking someone trying to put their 2 cents in.
You would see it that way, JCC. You would see it that way.
Well, you know what else I see? I see you going down the audience. How about that? For them, C's. There we go. Capital C for me.
Put down. I wouldn't even put that. Let's bring it back. Let's give her a shot.
Yeah, give her a shout out. Give her a shout out for being a bitch. There we go. Yeah, I just called her.
I don't think she's. Come on.
Come on. No. I call it like I see it, bro. Come on. Let's not sugarcoat it. All I was trying to do is allow two people to talk, bro. That's it.
Okay, can I just respond? Taro, you're a very emotional person, and I respect that. I spoke, I think, very logically, and I'm not interested in emotionally addressing the issues. Of course, there's a lot of political violence that's very nuanced. I'm talking about a particular moment that has been broadcast live to the entire United States, okay? I fully accept, but we will be here for 3 days if we go into all the subtleties of what constitutes political violence. I'm talking about in a full-blown paramount production of political violence, because I don't have the time to discuss all the nuances. If you do, I think you should open a room on your own and go through every act of political violence that happens in this country and in other countries as well.
I guess she doesn't want to say. Roya, welcome up.
What's up, everyone? What's the topic?
Not the one that started.
Neato. Hey, Lena.
Hi, Roya Moo. I mean, we're talking about the issue of the day, and it's been very well moderated up until recently. Marshall was in here, Scott was in here, Daryl's fantastic. I mean, it's been a very good discussion, but emotions are running high, let's just put it that way, on what constitutes political violence.
By the way, I mean, it's so interesting topic. I mean, like, political violence is definitely one of those terms that gets thrown around a lot, but, actually sitting down and saying, like, oh, well, what actually counts? Like, is it only physical harm, or is it politically violent to implement intimidation tactics? Is coercion considered political violence? As the prior speaker, I think it just got a little bit unhinged, to be fair, but that is a question. Now, if that's not the question of the room, whether or not, systemic violence also, is political violence, those are all things that can be unpacked and, civilly. But yeah, I'm gonna listen more to see what the room has to say, so that I can, listen and respond accordingly to the temperature and a specific frame that you guys are laying the conversation out.
Well, glad you're here, Roya, because you're always a voice of reason, and it has been a reasonable space until recently. But yes, I mean, there are a lot of things that we've touched on, why Jimmy Kimmel has been canceled, why Charlie Kirk is turning into a martyr, and we're going to have a spectacle on Sunday. And is it okay to abhor a full-blown spectacle of assassination, but also disagree with what he purportedly stood for? And people losing their jobs over saying that they didn't agree with his opinions. These things, they go to the very root of democracy and what we're all aiming for. And any conversation, my goal is to find a united front as to what's happening, not to be divisive, but I don't always, I'm not always successful.
Hey guys, JCC, you still there?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
So I got a bill. I got class in the morning, so I'm gonna leave you with the reins. Steve said that you can shut it down whenever you want. It was a good room until it wasn't, but yeah, I'm out.
Gotcha.
Have a good night. Have a good night, ladies.
Yeah. We'll keep it going as long as you folks want to keep chatting. All I ask is let's be civil and not overtalk each other.
Hey, JCC, beautiful man. Hey.
I'm all right, Lula. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Hey, everyone. So just with reference to people getting fired, have they not been fired because they've kind of been laughing about him being killed and celebrating him being killed? No? I thought that's what was happening, and that's why people had been removed from their jobs, not just for disagreeing with him. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable. I heard of people being distasteful in their commentary about the death. I think that may be a means for removing them from their position. But I think someone was it Lena? Were you saying like people were not agreeing with his position, and that was causing them their jobs? Is that what's going on?
I have not gone into the weeds on this, but I don't know where you draw the line, right? Either we believe in the Bill of Rights or we don't. I'm taking an absolutist position for the sake of argument, right? Pam Bondi came out and said hate speech is going to be persecuted. Well, guess what? Hate speech has been around since the formation of this democracy. So what are we doing here? Are we refiguring the democratic ideals? We all have to agree on some common truth. I don't think it's right to mock an assassination. I said that from the very beginning. It was horrific. But you can't pursue people for ridiculing somebody they did not agree with his values. You can't pursue, we can't run a democracy with a culture of persecution. Right. I'm just going to only talk solely about the ABC situation because that's what I'm the most familiar with and that's the most recent. So, I don't think that it's okay that ABC pulled Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Yes, they're a private company, and yes, technically they're not bound by the First Amendment in the same way that the government is, right? But the principle still matters here. When networks are going to be punishing speech just for being offensive or, I guess, politically inconvenient due to the zeitgeist or whatever it may be, or their, the bottom dollar of their broadcast and their network, it just sets a really dangerous precedent, right? It's telling comedians, journalists, and it sends the message to everyday people that
you can speak, but only if your speech is market friendly and acceptable due to the temperature of the culture. And I feel like, or a segment of the culture, right? And so I think that really, I think that it definitely does create a rather chilling effect, like where, you know, people can start self-censoring out of fear, which is the opposite of what you know, healthy democracy needs. Like offensive speech, however offensive, like, is not harm. And the role of media, and from my vantage point, is that it should broaden the debate and not go out of its way to narrow it, if you catch what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, I actually think that ABC is being a bit of a sissy, and yeah. And
I don't disagree with you, Roya, unsurprisingly. And I think that, but I think when people are, I've seen some of these TikTok videos where people are literally dancing, laughing, celebrating this man being killed. And a lot of these people are in positions of authority, a lot of them are teachers and so on. You cannot be standing in front of a classroom and putting that on your public social media. You should be neutral in those kinds of roles. So I agree. And as a teacher, I'm a teacher myself. And if I did something like that, I would expect to lose my job because it's not appropriate. It depends on the role also that people are doing. So I don't think it's people being persecuted necessarily. I do think that people need to take responsibility. And if they're in a role where they influence other people, then no. And also, why on earth would anyone celebrate a young man, whoever they are, being shot in the neck in front of his wife? And that sickens me. Like, you can disagree with what he said for sure. We should all be able to speak about what we agree or disagree with. But to celebrate someone being assassinated, that's all kinds of wrong.
No, I agree. And of course, private employers, they do have parameters around the speech. And now, you know, in employment contracts in which there are limits on, you know, your usage and your expression on social media platforms. And I do think that, yes, teachers are public servants. They hold trust from students, parents, community. And, you know, when there is, you know, a violent death being celebrated, I mean, that does kind of, it definitely does, it's not a great look, you know, that they're, you know, the idea is that these people are the stewards and, you know, caretakers of values, and, you know, a teacher's role is to model civility. So, I mean, I can understand that, and also the moral example in which we're trying. So, I mean, I can understand that part. So, I mean, of course, free speech isn't free from consequences. So, just because you can legally say something doesn't mean that there aren't costs to that. You know, especially like you mentioned in public facing and, you know, authority roles and such. So, I mean, it depends on the speech, though. I mean, what a comedian like Jimmy Kimmel did is not the same as celebrating or, you know, celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, right? So it's not the same.
Absolutely. And I've only seen the Jimmy Kimmel update tonight, and I'm pretty shocked by that, actually. That
crazy, right?
Yeah, you guys, you see that, and here's where we get into the weeds, right? Like, when is it appropriate? As I said earlier, and Roya, you hadn't come up yet onto the room, into the room, that we take for granted that political satire is just that. Political satire is satire. When we start censoring political satire, that is very dangerous. On the other hand, was it Meg or Lula? I don't know who said, people who are in the position of stewardship, to quote Roya, have to be very careful because they're influencing minds that aren't yet formed, right? And can't make the distinction. But, you know, then we get into this whole issue of what's private and what's public now in discourse, and now that we're living in this age of social media. You know, we're crossing some boundaries that are very tricky to navigate.
Well, I think we're gonna have to catch up and really figure out what our values are, if there are any boundaries, because social media influencers are not public servants, they're not teachers, but they have the power to guide, particularly the young people, in some really horrible ways. You know,
Agree.
Andrew Tate. Like if Andrew Tate were to meet his demise, I'm sure a lot of teachers would be would feel relieved, even though the damage is done already, right? The normalization of misogyny and rape culture. I'm sure a lot of because a lot of children have regurgitated the nonsense in their classrooms, and I really think that like we're not better for this at all. I remember, and maybe my memory fails me, when people were sharing cartoons of Obama as a monkey, and Michelle Obama is like a monkey, and people saying that she was transgender as an insult. All of these things that occurred, I'm not sure that outside of only the worst or most egregious, but then it does, context matters. It does depend on what's going on. But you know, Charlie Kirk regurgitated some very bigoted views, and the fact that I have to tiptoe around that for fear of sanction when it's the truth. It's not an opinion. These things aren't opinions. Stereotypes are not opinions. They're stereotypes. They're not based in fact, and they're very harmful. I think what people are missing is the fact that a lot of people were harmed by Kirk's rhetoric. Definitely bigoted views of, and I don't know if anybody has ever, you know, I imagine Charlie Kirk saying that, you know, classifying, and I'm just pulling this off of the top of my head because I know the shit that people say in the world, the dumb shit people say in the world. Imagine it coming from Charlie Kirk's mouth that Jewish people should not be classified under protected class citizenship because they're white, right? Imagine that, like we're in an environment where people who have critiques about other governments that they're not citizens of are being sanctioned by the state. You know, they're being sanctioned under pressure of billionaires, which is highly problematic. You know, to kick these people out of school, to take away their degrees that they worked for. This shit is insane. Like, it's not just about Charlie Kirk. I mean, it's not just about Charlie Kirk. It's not just about Jimmy Kimmel. It's not just about Colbert. And I think that we need to be very serious about this moment as it relates to what exactly we're doing here. Because this is not familiar, at least in my lifetime. in my lifetime, people had the freedom to burn the flag if they so chose, and because it was speech. You don't have to like it. Klansmen have been on national TV. You don't have to like it. But again, it always seems very one-sided. And it's just interesting to watch what people tolerate. I definitely did feel what that young lady was saying about the outrage and the energy around the perception of political violence, quote unquote political violence. Because I'm not sure that it's political violence, actually. I'm not sure that just having a political opinion and having reach, there's just a lot of elements going on, with the social media influencer, the parasocial relationship, all the things. I'm not sure. That I still have some things that I'm trying to figure out, but it's just weird. And sometimes, like, do our children need to be filmed getting gunned down in order for people to be as outraged? There was a school shooting at the same time this was occurring. I don't think the president said anything about that shit. And it's preposterous. Do we need to put video cameras in every classroom so that when inevitably those drills come in handy and they have to dodge for their life, and we have to watch children being shot in order for us to be so moved, because we're turning all of our mores, all of our norms upside down for Charlie Kirk, and the reaction to Charlie Kirk. That's a political moment, but nothing for the children. And that continues to happen over and over and over again. So, I don't know. I don't feel positive about the moment. I anticipated political assassinations would increase because it always does. And every country during times of unrest, political assassinations occurred, and they've been occurring. Right? This is not the first. So I just, it's interesting to me, the people whose lives we really value.
Yeah, I mean,
people whose lives we don't.
So sorry, King. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I landed. You're good.
No, I mean, you're absolutely, like, what makes this moment so different is that, shifting from, condemning violence itself, which is, which is normal for just decent civic stewards to usually do, especially in the top position as president, but like, to using it as a springboard to go after speech and then pin blame on an entire party in such a blatantly, not even cloaked or tacit, way of politicization. Like, in the past, like, leaders might have said, we denounce violence, we defend free expression, but now we're hearing Pam Bondi talk on a podcast, about the DOJ, quote unquote, targeting hate speech. And then we have, the Trump with saying that it's Democrats' fault, and the thing that he said to, who is the ABC? Oh, Jonathan Karl, I believe, that he in the middle of Jonathan Karl asking him a question about speech, threatening him. I mean, we are in really, really, really dangerous waters, and that's like a new line being crossed. All of these actions, instead of like drawing the legal boundary at incitement or true threats, it's not okay to threaten or say that there's the intent to broaden it to include offensive or partisan speech. Like, that's not about stopping violence, like what they're alleging. Like, that's about actually expanding power on who gets to speak and who doesn't, from my vantage point.
So, Queen, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, you brought up some excellent points, and so did Roya, and I think that the issue that we're dealing with is what is free speech? Where are the boundaries of free speech? And when do we slip into an authoritarian system? And I think we all have to, I think that if we distill the issues, because if we're going to talk about political violence, that is so nuanced, that I don't think that a room like this has the ability to really go into it. I mean, we would have to have a 3-day conference to really talk about that. But I think the issue revolves around what can you talk about and what can you not talk about under threat. And maybe, this is a reaction from the right for the years of what is perceived as left-wing elitist diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that we are at a sectional moment, a very pivotal moment, and I don't know where it's going, and it worries me. It worries me a lot. I'm sure it worries a lot of people.
Yeah, it definitely is concerning when folks like Jimmy Kimmel get fired for, a comedy skit that's pokes fun at someone in a high position. So, yeah, where are the boundaries of free speech? That's kind of a good point.
Well, I mean, the boundaries around free speech in this country are intentionally vague, right? Like, they're intentionally written broadly, right, so that the government can't easily move the goalpost and decide what ideas are allowed. And as we know, our courts have only set the precedent and carved out super narrow exceptions, right, around true true threats, actual threats, incitement, and everything else is pretty much I can't remember all of the. I'm no lawyer, so the rest, the whatever's left is kind of everything else is protected, and so I cherish that vagueness. That vagueness is the actual safeguard against authoritarianism, right? It forces us to err on a side of more speech, even if we don't like it, right? Even if we find it distasteful, even if we find it crude or crass or even morally shitty, like that. It's better for us to err on the side of more than less. And the moment you start to, all of us should be afraid if there's threats or actual moves to start defining speech too tightly. Because, you hand politicians that power to censor anything, they don't, who knows what's going to happen? And who knows what they're going to label as harmful or hateful. Seems quite partisan if we don't even have, even if, the actual, if we haven't even gone through the correct investigation and legal proceedings around this shooter, this assassin who's committed this heinous crime, but he still is, under the United States Constitution, he still has his right to his day in court. So there's lots of things that are still vague, and we still don't know a lot about what's happening. But yet, for the President of the United States to turn around and blame an entire political party in such a blatantly polytainment energy way just for clout is really, really not okay. But yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That's kind of the scary point to hear from our leader of a nation, to say things like that are very insightful, that can cause problems, and that's where it's an issue for sure.
Yeah, it's like, I get it. Now the mudslinging, the getting a little bit, down into the trenches, kind of being the bad boy of the campaign cycle, that's one thing, but it's completely different once you're actually in elected office. But again, I mean, it's not like I expect anything different from someone who's not really taking on the role of president to be able to serve the public. That's not really the motivation here. So rules are different.
Yeah, so Roya, you bring up an excellent point, and I just have to reinforce that, because the government should be in service of our democracy, and when the government fails to be in service of our democracy and starts to veer off in a direction that could be easily interpreted as more authoritarian, and the government is aspirational, right? It's what all Americans want to look up to. That starts to go in a direction that may be full of censorship, animosity, violence, rhetoric that is agitating rather than calming, then we're in trouble.
I definitely see the ACLU being very busy for a while now, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you for the room, JCC, and everyone else. Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, you
Catch
guys
you guys
are
later.
great to listen to. Thank you. Yeah, just I don't want to take any credit. I came in at the beginning and I had to leave for work, and I came back at the end, so I wasn't much of a contributor, but I appreciate all your guys' points, and lovely ladies speaking your mind. It's greatly appreciated. So you guys I think it's time to say goodbye. It was a great room, I heard, and so glad you guys got your time to share your thoughts and opinions, and that's the beauty of this country, right? Y'all have a good one.
Thanks.
Was trying to mock the political Republican.
Okay, let me dialogue with you. Okay, let me stop right there for 1 second, right? So, do you remember, like, about 5 minutes ago, Miss Deborah came on stage and she said that we already read that and asked you to stop reading, and you said you're almost done, you're gonna read it again? That's exactly what you read 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
and said you saw nothing wrong with it.
But after I thought about it, I really agree with sometimes these. What I'm trying to.
Girl, y'all are for
I don't think. Well, let me just add this and not land my plane. I don't think he should. He should be.
I thought my gummies kicking in, Jess.
I don't think he should be thrown out the air for the comments. But I agree with Mike, because sometimes these comedians can go too far, and we have to think about what has really happened here. Someone lost their lives, and Trump, he's a very close friend of the family. So Trump, with him having the influence and being the president of the United States, I guess he can do say something. It could be things could be done differently. If you are marking the president of the United States close family friend, then it's
10 seconds. We got a full stage, y'all. Please, please. We got a full stage. We gotta pass this around. Go ahead, Haitian, finish.
I'm still understanding how you had.
okay, explain to you that I agree should have been thrown off the air.
I hear that. But in the same token, Mike would say that Trump is the one who this is him. This is who started this shit in this country with politics. This is the one who brought it to this level, right? But y'all don't say nothing about that. You guys act like he's a victim. You didn't say nothing about no being killed January 6th. Hold on. You know who else fuck up, Mike? You know what? Do you know who else was a family friend?
It's a lot. Hey, shit, you and that damn echo, it's hard to follow you.
Excuse me.
Why was I dropped? What happened?
There we go. You're clear now, boss. Time out. Come on, y'all. Let's have this conversation. She doesn't agree with you. She wants to state it. She's already stated it. Now you can reply. The reason you're so anxious to reply is because you don't agree with her. Now, if you agree with her, we be moving on. So go ahead, y'all, have your dialogue back and forth.
Lisa, may I offer a perspective?
Yes, you will. 1 minute. When Haitian is done.
Let this fucking reach my goal. Special ed mother.
I cannot.
Wow.
You
heard that, right? You heard that, right?
I'm.
They're a coon, they're a nut job.
Yeah, bitch, I ain't gonna apologize.
That the Democrats have. This is your rhetoric, Lisa.
Exactly.
Okay, can I just say something? Okay, because I'm asking you guys. Can we have this conversation tonight without it going 100% left? Because I want to ask the people who are downstairs and not the ones on stage. Are you guys enjoying the back and forth? Put a 1 in the chat if you are, and we'll let it just go off the rails.
No.
Everybody put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you like the way it's going right now, or do you want us to go have a dialogue back and forth? Put a 1 in the chat if you like where it's going right now. Go ahead. I knew you were going to do that, Ray. Thank you.
Let it go off the rails. Let it go.
Okay.
I want to ask Haitian who he's saying the victim is.
Thank you, 420 club members. I really appreciate you putting that in there. And it just, let us have the conversation. Then once we have the conversation, we can go off the rails. She doesn't agree with you. So anybody else want to jump in at this point?
I never fucking told. Well, okay, go ahead, y'all.
No, I just said, ooh, child.
Put me in the queue.
I just said, and I said it so very clearly. I said, Haitian, are you done?
I'm not saying you say that shit clearly, and then the fucking special ads come off a mic.
Okay, so you guys, Haitian is speaking. If you don't mind, can you allow him to complete his thought? And then we'll go from there, because he has a point that I wanted to hear, especially the part about Gen 6. This is some important information. Please, let Haitian finish his point, and I promise you guys, because I have good mods. I have Gemini, I have Moose, I have Culturally, I have Sandra, who I'm modding for the first time. She always has very good information. Stop with the eyeballs. And Debbie, who's a very sweet, sweet woman and very insightful, patient. Please just allow us to moderate, and everybody here is going to have a very good experience, I promise. Okay, so go ahead, Haitian, finish up, and then we'll.
Yeah, so it's just odd that you read it, you heard it, and you read it, you said nothing wrong, and now you're thinking something's wrong because it's a close family friend. Jeffrey Epstein was a close family friend. Is that why Lane got moved? Like, is that all it takes? What does a family friend of the president have to do with anything?
Has a whole lot to do with everything being
this is not a dictatorship.
president.
This is not a dictatorship, though, man.
Yeah, he's a good close.
Let him land. Like, we want to hear each person complete his thought. Please show him respect and let him land. Please let him land.
So, again, this is not a dictatorship. So, whether you want to say something nasty or not, it's your right, right? Is that the First Amendment? Or does it change because it's Trump? It was okay for them. It was okay for them to say Michelle Obama was a male with a penis, though. And she was the first lady.
I don't remember him saying
Barack
that.
Obama did suck a dick.
We want to hear your full submission. If you have a question, they're gonna interrupt you.
I'm done. Okay.
Okay, so can I just ask something really, really quick, and I'll get out the way. I'm gonna get out the car. So when you're saying that Trump is gonna stop all this negative, and I see you, Infinity and Mike and Notorious, what happened when he was calling certain people that look like me low IQ?
Accurately describing the situation.
What happened?
Yes, ma'am. We're going with this.
Infinity, please stay on mic. We're talking about how, because now you know when you're talking to me.
You know what she meant.
So,
That's why I'm gonna grab.
Oh, moose, oh, poor little moose.
I'm just going to speak and say, this man didn't say anything wrong. I will read this one more time if you're having a hard time understanding or comprehending what we're talking about. But what Jimmy Kimmel said was not even that bad. But when you got people talking about the President of the United States calling mostly black women low IQ, let me go pull up some of the stuff.